We'll call this meeting of the Douglas County Board of County Commissioners to order, December 17th, 2020, in what should be the last meeting for the year. And we'll go for a Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Mr. Engel.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Amen.
Barry, you're muted. Sorry to interrupt.
How's that? Oh, Barry, you said.
Yeah, I unmuted it. Anyway, we'll call for public comment. There'll be no action on this. Public comment cards and comments left on the county's website prior to the board meeting have been compiled and made a part of the supporting materials that have been provided to the county commissioners and public for review. Only 2 periods of public comment will be taken during this meeting, once at the beginning of the board meeting and again at the end of the board meeting. Public comment will not be taken on each agenda item. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes. Once a public comment period has been opened, public comment will be heard by leaving a voice message on Douglas County's public comment phone line, 775-783-6007. No more than 1 voice message public comment per person will be played during each public comment period. Douglas County's public comment phone line became available to the public and to take public comment at 1 p.m. Public comment will remain open for at least 5 minutes to allow members of the public to call or until the last caller has finished leaving a voice message on the county's public comment phone line. The board wants to encourage the respectful consideration of all views by members of the public. If the content of any voicemail is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irreverent or irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounts to a personal attack or interfering with the rights of others, the voice message may be skipped and the next public comment will be taken. At this time, we'll listen to public comment, but I have one other part of this to read. And that is at the very beginning of our agenda. It talks about how if anyone is having trouble with public comment, that they can contact the county administrative office, and members of the public can call the county manager's office at 9821 to obtain help and make public comment. And this is for anyone, a senior or anyone who needs help, and the county manager will help them get that help to review today's meeting and or make a comment. With that, Ms. Wood, do we have any public comment?
Yes, sir. Natalie Wood for the record. I've received 8 comments so far.
Okay.
Chairman.
Mr. Engel.
I'd like to make a public comment on behalf of my constituents. They're having some trouble, as you alluded to, and this might allay some confusion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, to my constituents, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, taxpayers, and residents of Douglas County, I offer these remarks this day, December 17, having received substantial number of complaints relative to the noticing of this meeting in the first instance and in the method of soliciting public dialogue between members of the commission and interested citizens who wish to participate. Since the agenda packet is 759 pages in length, it is important for our fellow residents to read, understand, and assimilate and ask questions about what is contained herein. 72 hours is given them to do this. So I don't even understand some of these items in this agenda, yet I am being asked to vote on the agenda items without adequate understanding. This is particularly true with agenda items 8, 9, and 14. Since the majority of the residents of the South County, to wit, those living in Gardnerville, are seniors, and the class of voters most affected by some of the items on the agenda, the method of giving them notice by website or through internet is not a statutorily compliant method. And the reason for this is that many of the seniors, with due respect, constituents are computer illiterate or not subject to electronic notification. Some constituents who have been notified by the grapevine of this meeting have complained to me that they have been unable to open the agenda packet. We do not know whether this is a result of failure of the county's IT system or whether it's the folks who have been unable to open this thing because of adequate computer capacity. In any event, it represents a failure to give them adequate notice and thus is in violation of due process of the law. I have retained outside counsel who has favored us with an opine that the method of notification and the method of participation, given the above circumstances involutive of NRS 241.023 1B and 2B. Outside counsel is watching this meeting as we speak. This whole thing is just too confusing for the commissioners to understand, for this commissioner to understand. Therefore, County Council offers, State Attorney General's office, members of the board, and the public are herewith placed on notice that anything that is decided during this meeting is void pursuant to NRS 241.036. And outside counsel has provided us with an opinion that anything done in and by the selected board without curing notice and participation requirements makes this meeting void. Assuming, as we must, that the ongoing chairman of the commission, Barry Penzel, will be pressed forward with this agenda, even though he has been asked by me to afford more time for review. Nonetheless, we bring to your attention the following salient points. Agenda item 8, request permission to transfer CARES Act relief funds from originating as either tax dollars or debt from the Treasury of the United States. This is a grant from the federal government and pursuant to this county's administrative regulations contains restricted funds to be used only for the purpose necessitated by the COVID pandemic. But indeed, agenda item 8, which purports to seek approval of reimbursement of $1 million in care expenditures to the general fund, has no backup in the agenda packet to demonstrate that they were properly expended. With respect to agenda item 9, approval of the request that these restricted funds be transferred from the general fund to the county's regional transportation fund for the improvement of Muller Parkway solely for the benefit of the applicant, Park Cattle Company and et al., proponents of the Buckeye Farm specific plan reflected by the approved request in the agenda 14. On December 15, 2020, this commissioner requested in writing an accounting of expenditures of care funds to date from the county manager, Patrick Cates. And as of December 16, I received a spreadsheet that contained from page 755 of the agenda showing requested funds from the state and federal government. This document is precatory and is not adequate accounting of the disbursement of restricted funds. Therefore, before any action is taken or on agenda items 8 or 9, the audit of the care funds heretofore spent by this county is demanded. With respect to item 14, page 587 of the agenda packet, which was supposed to contain the land use concept for the Buckeye Farm specific plan, has been intentionally left blank. My constituents demand that they be provided with the full land use concept of this project before this project is approved. Finally, with respect to agenda item 14, has been provided with an opinion of outside counsel that certain financial contributions made by Commissioners Walsh and Rice during the years 2018, 19, and 20 by the applicant and or applicant's designees and or the applicant's agents and or applicant's shell companies created in a foreign jurisdiction potentially violate NRS 294A112. We therefore demand an audit of these campaign contributions to be determined whether or not they are in violation of Nevada statutes. If violations have occurred, outside counsel opines that the development contract between applicant and County of Douglas is void ab intibi at minimum voidable. Mr. Cates, after this meeting, I would appreciate it if you would obtain a video on some sort of a device like a thumb drive or something, possibly in a video format. Thank you. Done.
Well, I'll take continued public comment, and then we'll deal with your comments at the conclusion of the public comment.
Okay, Natalie Wood, for the record, I will start playing the public comments.
Okay.
Hello, this is Brian Fitzgerald, BrianFitzgerald. I am a retired recreational professional, and I just wanted to call to recognize our outgoing commissioners for their service to the community. So thank you, Commissioner Penzel, thank you, Commissioner Walsh, and thank you, Commissioner Nelson. I wish you all well.
Okay, next.
Lynn Muzzy, M-U-Z-Z-Y. I was a campaign worker for both Commissioners Penzel and Walsh. They got my help by promising to govern as champions of the people, not on providing favors to Douglas County's wealthy developer community at taxpayer expense. I am opposed to agenda items 9 and 14, where we see taxpayer cash being gifted to help a developer get a road to service his proposed 2,000 home community, and only incidentally serve as a substandard bypass around 395. When it is said that new development doesn't pay for itself, this is an example. The word agriculture is a land use for Buckeye Farms is a bit of a fraud, as is the term agrihood, which is supposed to make you think agricultural land is being preserved. This project even carries a 30-year plan to shut up the objectors with trigger terms like affordable, school, fire station, and since they're wild-ass guessing 3 decades into the future, maybe a spaceport. This whole project is riddled with master plan inconsistencies. These same tough guys not long ago declared Douglas County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Now they're hiding behind Governor COVID's skirts to prevent in-person public commentary, where they would have to allow 3-minute comments on each agenda item. Written commentary, for those who care, must be excavated from thousands of documents on the county website. Walsh lost his bid for re-election in a landslide. Penzel, who wisely did not run for another term, saw his mini-me stand-in handily defeated. They both know perfectly well that the voters clearly oppose more residential development with its impact on our roads, vulnerable water supply, and having their taxes used to finance favors for special constituents. Residential growth is way past critical mass in Douglas County. Commissioners Penzel and Walsh can read election results as well as the next guy. They found out the hard way what the majority of the voters want. But hey, this is their last grab at the gravy boat.
Next.
Yes, this is Todd Murray, Toddmurray, and I am the owner of 1456 Pittman Terrace. I'm in strong favor of agenda item number 12, the Pittman Terrace subdivision plan. The water and firefighting situation in this neighborhood has been in dire need of upgrade for a number of years. Chris Sawyer has done everyone a favor, and everybody benefits from the fact that we now have a fire solution that works for the neighborhood. And I think it's only fair that everybody contributes to the cost of that benefit. Again, Todd Murray, my callback is 925-789-1200. Thank you.
Next.
Ellie Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R. I oppose the Buckeye Farm specific plan. It is not consistent with the findings of the 2020 master plan. My written comments are a little more extensive, pointing that out. I also agree with and want you to pay attention to Jim Slade's comment. Again, the specific plan is not ready for prime time. It needs to be more vetted for agri-hood. Agri-hoods are 1 to 3 years as part of an action. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Penzel and members of the Douglas County Commission. My name is Steve Teixeira, T-E-S-H-A-R-A, speaking today on behalf of the Tahoe Chamber of Commerce. The COVID-19 pandemic has been a sobering reminder of just how fleeting and fragile life can be. Whatever the challenge of the times, courage and foresight will always be of essential value. Some of you on this board, and many on this board before you, had the courage and foresight to help provide the definition and establish Douglas County Redevelopment Area Number 2 in the state line. This thoughtful process was conducted over a period of many years and featured numerous studies, detailed findings, and overall thousands of pages of supporting documentation. The referendum measure on the November 3rd ballot passed. However, as you know, and we'll hear today, the County Redevelopment Agency and the Redevelopment Area Number 2 have a legal obligation to provide $1.3 million in annual tax increment funding to the Douglas County Visitors Authority, a public entity established by the Nevada legislature. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority will be for a total of $34.25 million over the term of the approved agreement. The agreement was carefully crafted such that there is no financial exposure to Douglas County, nor to the taxpayers of the county. The risk is solely with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. To those who understand and support the importance of redevelopment as a tool to foster jobs, stimulate private sector investment, and help fund amenities and infrastructure improvements that will benefit the county for many years to come, we say again, thank you for your courage and foresight. In closing, we also wish to thank outgoing County Clerk Treasurer Kathy Lewis. Kathy, thank you for your tenure of service as our Clerk Treasurer, in particular for the dedication and the professional manner in which you and your team handled this year's primary and general election. We continue at Tahoe Chamber to value the importance of courage and foresight. Thank you.
Okay, next.
This is Jack Jacobs, J-A-C-O-B-S, of Jacobs Family Berry Farm. Board members, I encourage your support of the specific plan proposal by Park Holdings in front of you today, item number 14. You may recall the several presentations I gave you regarding agri-hoods over the last few years and your acceptance of the agri-hoods strategy framework on September 3rd. This strategy is the result of a work of a group of local citizens over 3 years of studying and input from the community. During your September 3rd meeting, some of you had some of the following comments. I'm paraphrasing these, but they're the following. Why don't our ranchers and farmers grow specialty crops here? Next was, why do we need agri-hoods to grow crops? And finally, why do we need a strategy? Well, I believe those questions were fully answered and as recorded in your minutes of that meeting when you agreed to set the strategy. One example was, of course, about growing crops here. This farm has shown that we can grow crops, and also that the county has a $52,000 grant to study this detail that over the next few years we'll have a lot of information on it. So growing crops in this area certainly is a high possibility. Now you have a specific agri-hood proposal in front of you. The proposal is about farming, open space, trails, a wonderful place to live and raise families. This proposal, supported by the work of the strategy, provides you with the tools and information to guide this and future agri-hoods that will benefit this community. Unfortunately, I hear some in our valley who say this proposal is about development. It's really much more. I encourage you to take a broader view of this proposal so that you can see future growth in this valley can add value by conserving open space and farmland, encouraging a walking community and social engagement, and growing crops and expanding our agricultural character. It's about all these things I discuss with you each time we've met on this subject. It's about hundreds of families that come to our farm and buy produce and share in their conversation about their lives. This is about community and how to strengthen it. Just look at the layout and the written descriptions and imagine you or your families or friends living here. I ask you to support the plans by Park Holdings and efforts by David Park. While this is just the first step of many you will have to guide the building of agri-hood community, your decision today will enrich our community. I predict 10 years from now, Douglas County will be recognized as a leader in preserving and enhancing the agricultural heritage while also providing a great place to live. A challenge many other communities have lost. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Good afternoon. My name is Bev Anderson, and my public comment today is on how important it is for the citizens of Douglas County to be informed of all meetings. Melissa Blosser now informs us of the Board of Commission meeting and the Planning Commission meetings, but for some reason, we don't get notified of the administrative hearings, which are very important because you are letting the planning department make decisions on building and land use, which I believe should be done by the Board of Commissioners and Planning Commission. In one of the last ones we had was a parcel in Fish Spring.
Is that it?
Good afternoon,
Sorry, I have one more.
Commissioners. This is Fire Marshal Eric Gavon with Tahoe Douglas Fire Department, and I'm calling to speak on the item in regards to the Pittman Terrace dry standpipe, the hydrant system that was installed there. We are in support of the county supporting this item moving forward, and it is a vital process, a vital piece of equipment that we need at the fire district. So we want you to be aware of that, and whatever we can do to support this moving forward, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last one received. It came in at 1:12 p.m.
And you haven't received any other? What was that?
The last one that came in was at 1:12 p.m.
Okay. Now I assume that Mr. Ritchie has been listening to this, and we'll deal with Mr. Engel's request. If I understand your request correctly, sir, you want to pull 8, 9, and 14. Is that correct? Mr. Engels?
That would be the easiest way to do it rather than void the entire meeting.
Well, I'm up for that too, if you want to. I think we need to proceed with our agenda. And I think the first thing that we ought to do is approve the minutes. Well, let's get back to this. For the agenda itself, if we want to do that, if we want to pull those items, then I suggest that you make a motion to do that, and we'll vote on each one individually. Mr. Ritchie, is that going to be sufficient? Where are you?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Yes, Commissioner Engels has raised some very good points. Probably the proper place to consider removing those items would be during the approval of the agenda, and a motion could be made to pull those specific items.
Okay. And we'll vote on them individually. Is that correct?
Doug Ritchie again for the record. That's correct, Your Honor, Chairman.
Okay.
It would be best if they're voted individually.
Okay. And he's also made the charge that we have voided the due process of some folks. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't deal with that, but can you address that?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Regarding due process, it's a federal claim. It's specific to the person. I will note that under NRS 241, the requirements of the open meeting law and Governor Sisolak's Directive 6, particularly sections 2 and 6, talk about the accommodations that need to be made for members of the public, including those who are or maybe less technically literate. In compliance with Nevada law, as well as the governor's directives, the county manager's office is available to assist people who have difficulty accessing the website. There's a phone number. The agenda itself has printed information on various ways to obtain help or information related to the agenda. Also, there's a separate number under the Americans with Disabilities Act. If someone has a disability and they require an accommodation, that can also be made. Again, it's difficult without knowing specifics what accommodation may be needed, but the agenda has been reviewed by the Attorney General's office due to prior open meeting law complaints, and it complies with the requirements of Nevada law.
Okay, one final point is Mr. Engel says that he said in his speech that he's not fully understanding of all the agenda items, and therefore he doesn't believe he should vote on them. Can he just excuse himself, or does he have to resign? What is his procedure now?
Chairman Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Commissioner Engels or any other commissioner could, during the approval of the agenda, request an item be continued so that they receive additional time to have an opportunity to review it to their satisfaction. If a commissioner feels that they do not have enough, if they do not understand something well enough to vote, they could abstain from voting based on their inability to make an informed decision. As the board is aware, the courts give great deference to elected bodies as another branch of government, and it's an abuse of discretion, an arbitrary and capricious standard. Generally, the commissioners in the past have always, I think, listened carefully to public comment and to arguments, and have, I have felt, done a great job of explaining their votes in the past.
Okay, so then on any item that he doesn't fully understand, he can request to be excused, recused?
Again, Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. He can request that the item be continued on when the agenda is approved, or if that item goes forward, he can abstain from voting during the roll call.
Mr. Engels, do you understand the choices?
Yes, I do. However, if these items are voided from the agenda, then there's no vote and there's future review. Also, I'll make a hard copy of my comments available to the county.
All right, then we'll move on to approval of the agenda. And so far, we have items 8, 9, and 14 that Mr. Engels would like to pull. And I'll just call for a vote on those. Item 8, all those in favor of pulling item 8 signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, all those against pulling item 8 signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Nay. I'm voting nay also. So item 8 will not be pulled. Item 9. All those in favor of pulling item 9 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those against pulling item 9 signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Okay, items 8 and 9 are both going to stay on the agenda based on the 3-2 vote. Item 14. All those in favor of pulling item 14 from the agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed to pulling item 14 signify by saying nay.
Nay.
So that also is a 3-2 vote. Those three
Pencil?
items will, let me finish. Those three items will remain on the agenda. The additional item that, or the just additional concept that Mr. Ritchie promoted was the opportunity to continue an item. I would entertain any discussion on that when we get to each one of those items and see if there's a significant or a majority vote to continue any one of those three items. Any other items that you would like to have pulled or changed? Hearing none, then I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Chair, I move the approval of the agenda as presented.
I will second.
So I have a motion by Commissioner Walsh and a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
So the motion to approve the agenda is approved by 3-2. All right, we will move on.
Commissioner Penzel, sorry to interrupt. We were having some streaming issues during public comment that I wanted to make you aware of. I do not have the times of how long it occurred for, but it seems like there was an issue with the stream during the last few public comments. I'm trying to get more information from our videographer on that.
Is streaming the audio or streaming the video?
The video. We have the recording available for after the meeting, but the actual streaming, the live stream, was not available. I do not have the time frame of how long at this point, but I'm getting that information for you.
Well, since the public comment was all audio, is this a big issue?
I could replay the last few if you would like. And additionally, I don't believe that you closed public comment officially.
Yeah, probably not. All right, well, replay them. Replay the items.
I can go back and replay the last three to be safe, if that's okay.
Replay the last four to be safe.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Okay, starting now.
This is Jack Jacobs, JACOBS of Jacobs Family Berry Farm. Board members, I encourage your support of the specific plan proposal by Park Holdings in front of you today, item number 14. You may recall the several presentations I gave you regarding agri-hoods over the last few years and your acceptance of the agri-hoods strategy framework on September 3rd. This strategy is the result of a work of a group of local citizens over 3 years of studying and input from the community. During your September 3rd meeting, some of you had some of the following comments. I'm paraphrasing these, but they're the following. Why don't our ranchers and farmers grow specialty crops here? Next was, why do we need agri-hoods to grow crops? And finally, why do we need a strategy? Well, I believe those questions were fully answered and as recorded in your minutes of that meeting when you agreed to set the strategy. One example was, of course, about growing crops here. This farm has shown that we can grow crops, and also that the county has a $52,000 grant to study this detail. That over the next few years, we'll have a lot of information on it. So growing crops in this area certainly is a high possibility. Now you have a specific agri-hood proposal in front of you. The proposal is about farming, open space, trails, a wonderful place to live and raise families. This proposal, supported by the work of the strategy, provides you with the tools and information to guide this and future agri-hoods that will benefit this community. Unfortunately, I hear some in our valley who say this proposal is about development. It's really much more. I encourage you to take a broader view of this proposal so that you can see future growth in this valley can add value by conserving open space and farmland, encouraging a walking community with social engagement, and growing crops and expanding our agricultural character. It's about all these things. I discuss with you each time we've met on this subject. It's about hundreds of families that come to our farm and buy produce and share their conversation about their lives. This is about community and how to strengthen it. Just look at the layouts and the written descriptions and imagine you or your families or friends living here. I ask you to support the plans by Park Holdings and efforts by David Park. While this is just the first step of many you will have to guide the building of agri-hood community, your decision today will enrich our community. I predict 10 years from now, Douglas County will be recognized as a leader in preserving and enhancing the agricultural heritage while also providing a great place to live. A challenge many other communities have lost. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bev Anderson, and my public comment today is on how important it is for the citizens of Douglas County to be informed of all meetings. Melissa Blosser now informs us of the Board of Commission meeting and the Planning Commission meetings, but for some reason, we don't get notified of the administrative hearings, which are very important because you are letting the planning department make decisions on building and land use, which I believe should be done by the Board of Commissioners and Planning Commission. In one of the last ones we had was a parcel in Fish Springs to be divided into 8 lots, and Fish Springs Creek running through 2 of the lots. And Courtney Walker, our person in charge of flood, was not even notified of this hearing until I called her. This is wrong. The public needs to be notified of these when they are the first published in the newspaper. And I want to ask you how many people you think get the newspaper and read these and know that there's going to be a meeting. Because by the time Douglas County publishes it on the agenda, you have 5 calendar days before the hearing. And if you have a holiday in there, you've got even less time to get your information together. This is not right. We need to get these administrative hearings onto the Melissa bloggers the minute they are published in the newspaper. Thank you.
Jim Slade. I hope you all took the time to read my written comments on Buckeye Farm, in which I detailed how this request fails to meet all the required findings for a specific plan. For starters, it doesn't meet many of the goals and policies of the county. It also doesn't provide for adequate public facilities, specifically the viability of our water supply, for which a further study needs to be done, and transportation due to inadequate funding for Muller Parkway, since the county again failed to get a build grant. Finally, Buckeye Farm would be detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the county's residents. This development would be detrimental to the viability of our water resource, the traffic levels, especially in the towns, and to the overall quality of life, as well as a substantial and unwelcome tax burden to existing residents. Further study needs to be done on the financial impact of Buckeye Farm on public safety, including the Sheriff's Department, Fire District, and courts, our schools, since the new school will almost certainly be needed, and our roads, since the county has never shown how they plan to pay for 4 lanes of Muller Parkway, as they say are needed. So let's go back to the first required finding, consistency with the goals and policies embodied in the master plan. The board, as usual, is the final decision maker on Buckeye Farm, since the county planning commissioner only advisory. This request must be consistent with the master plan in force when the Board of County Commissioners makes its decision. The current master plan is the one that you approved last week. It's confirmed to me this morning by County Planning Manager Sam. Hence, this specific plan must be consistent with the goals and policies of the 2020 master plan update, which is significantly different from the 2011 update. Staff, however, in the today on this item, on pages 661 and 2, only provides goals and policies from the 2011 master plan update, which are now irrelevant. The Buckeye Farm specific plan must be consistent with the goals and policies in effect at the time of the board's approval, meaning the 2020 update, not the 2011 update. Therefore, this item must be denied today and the approval process begun again.
The Planning Commission must review this item for consideration as to consistency with the goals and policies of the master plan that exists today before it is again brought forward to the board for your decision based on an updated evaluation by staff and the Planning Commission. To do otherwise would be to invite a legal challenge and would not be in the interest of the county as a whole. Do the right thing, the legal thing, and deny the specific plan today while allowing the applicant to come forward at a future date to show consistency with the 2020 master plan update and the other required findings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Fire Marshal Eric Gavon with Tahoe Douglas Fire Department, and I'm calling to speak on the item in regards to the Pittman Terrace dry standpipe, the hydrant system that was installed there. We are in support of the county supporting this item moving forward, and it is a vital process, a vital piece of equipment that we need at the fire district. So we want you to be aware of that, and whatever we can do to support this moving forward, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, that was the last public comment received at 1:12 p.m. I believe that what I've been told from SOSU is that the public comment, the streaming stopped during Bev Anderson's public comment and then was restored during Eric's. So we have covered the ones that were not played, and the rest of the video should have been able to be playing just fine. We did receive an additional public comment at 1:31 p.m., but it came from Mr. Slade's phone number, and I believe that he was trying to get his public comment played by submitting a second one. So we are good now with the streaming.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ritchie, is that cure whatever the issue was with no video?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Yes, by replaying it for the public and the commission, everyone was able to hear the public comment.
Okay, so we'll continue with the approvals unless there are further comments or questions by the commissioners.
You want to close public comment?
Yeah.
And I'll close public comment. Do you want us to go back and reapprove the agenda?
Chairman Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. No, that's fine. The record
Right.
is built.
Then we'll move on for approval of the previous minutes. We have 3 meetings, November 5th, a special meeting November 16th, and a regular meeting the 19th. Do I hear a motion?
Yes, sir, Chair. I move that we approve the minutes of the November 5th regular board meeting, the November 19th special meeting, and the November 16th regular, It's the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on November 5th, the Board of County Commissioners meeting, special meeting on November 16th, and the Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on November 19th.
Thank you for the correction. And I have a motion from Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. The minutes are approved. We'll move on to the consent calendar. Anyone want to pull an item on the consent calendar? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the consent calendar items A through I.
Second.
And thank you for the first and second. Then we'll move on. We have a motion to approve the consent calendar by Commissioner Rice, a second by Commissioner Walsh. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. We'll move on to the administrative agenda. And there were no items pulled for further discussion. So we'll do Douglas County award presentations. We have 3 of them. I'll read the item into the record for presentation only. Proclamation 2020P-118, a proclamation recognizing 4 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by Commissioner Dave Nelson. Ms. Lewis, can you read the proclamation? And welcome.
Thank you. Yes. Kathy Lewis, Clerk Treasurer for the record. It is my pleasure to read these proclamations into the record. Dave Nelson is holding up his proclamation, and I would be happy to read it. Proclamation 2020P 1-118, a proclamation recognizing 4 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by Commissioner Dave Nelson. Whereas Commissioner Nelson was elected to the office of Douglas County Commissioner in November of 2016 and took the oath of office as a member of the commission in January of 2017. Whereas Commissioner Nelson remained devoted to ensuring the integrity, transparency, civility, and leadership were deemed a top priority in Douglas County. He was instrumental in creating the audit committee and served on the committee as a board representative, which promoted and improved fiscal integrity in Douglas County. He was determined and successful in ensuring that qualified employees served in administrative positions to lead the county and hold the principles and practices to the highest standard. Whereas Commissioner Nelson demonstrated his dedication to Douglas County citizens by advocating for his constituents. He had the trust of the people and always represented them and his principles, not the special interests or the bureaucracy. He kept his word, including his pledge not to raise taxes. He made communicating with Douglas County citizens a priority and always reached out to the people to make sure what they felt was the best course of action was heard. And then he acted on that within his capacity as commissioner. Whereas Commissioner Nelson demonstrated his dedication to Douglas County through his support to uphold the goals and ideals set in the beauty of rural Nevada. He fought and maintained his stance to enforce slow, manageable growth initiatives and to maintain Douglas County's small town charm. He ensured the development of Douglas County adhered to the standards of the citizens through his efforts and dissolved Redevelopment Area Number 2, halt the Park Development Agreement, and uphold the ideals within the master plan. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, in saying a heartfelt thank you to Commissioner Dave Nelson for 4 years of devoted service to Douglas County, adopted this 17th day of December. Congratulations, Dave. From myself, it was nice working with you.
Thank you very much. Very, very nice dedication, and I'm really appreciative of it.
Thank you.
Dave, do you want to say anything else?
I don't think we have enough time today.
Okay, fair enough. Item number 2 for presentation only, Proclamation 2020-117, a proclamation recognizing 4 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by Commissioner Larry Walsh. Kathy Lewis.
Again, my pleasure. Commissioner Walsh is holding up his proclamation. Proclamation 2020P-117, a proclamation recognizing 4 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by Commissioner Larry Walsh. Whereas Commissioner Walsh was elected to the office of Douglas County Commissioner in November of 2016 and took the oath of office as a member of the commission in January of 2017. He was selected by his fellow commissioners to serve as vice chairman while serving on the Board of County Commissioners. Whereas Commissioner Walsh was committed to providing for the maintenance and infrastructure necessary to meet the current and future service levels for roads, county facilities, and assets, sewer, water, and stormwater. He was instrumental in securing additional gas tax funding in excess of $13 million for regional road transportation projects and $1.1 million in general fund revenue to create the Douglas County Stormwater Management Program. He served on the Regional Transportation Committee to promote improving transportation needs and issues in Douglas County. Whereas Commissioner Walsh remained devoted to protecting the natural resources of Douglas County with a successful implementation of the first noxious weed abatement program in the state of Nevada in order to assist our agricultural community and securing funding for 14,500 acres of the Bentley Pine Nut Mountains property by the Bureau of Land Management to preserve open space for the benefit of the residents of Douglas County forever. Whereas Commissioner Walsh demonstrated his dedication to Douglas County, to the United States, and to the veterans of this community with the construction of the first Veterans Monument in Douglas County, in partnership with WAVE, Welcome All Veterans Everywhere, and the Grand Flagpole project in front of the new Douglas County Community and Senior Center, flying the largest American flag set in northern Nevada and displaying the county flag for the first time outdoors. Whereas Commissioner Walsh was a true representation of a public servant for Douglas County. He often considered his longevity as a Douglas County resident and the impacts the board's decisions would have on all residents, in addition to the generations to come, while deliberating on county business. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Board of Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, in saying a heartfelt thank you to Commissioner Larry Walsh for 4 years of devoted service in Douglas County, adopted this 17th day of December. Again, Larry, it was always a pleasure working with you.
Well, thank you very much, Kathy. It's been a pleasure working with you and the community and the staff and the board. I'm very honored to receive this this plaque. It'll be displayed proudly in my home. I also want to give a shout out to whoever designed the casing for this. It's done very, very well. I already emailed Captain Mitchitarian, who actually folded the county flag to ensure the cowboy and horse were properly displayed in this case. So thank you very much. My heartfelt appreciation to everyone. Thank you.
And then item number 3 for presentation only, Proclamation 2020P-119, a proclamation recognizing 8 years of dedicated service to Douglas County by me. Kathy, you get to read it. And what I would also like to say is I wish we had one to give to you right now.
That is okay, but my pleasure to read this for you too. So, Proclamation 2020P-119, a proclamation recognizing 8 years of dedicated service to the Douglas County by Commissioner William B. Pinzel. Whereas Commissioner Pinzel was elected to the office of Douglas County Commissioner in November of 2012 and took the oath of office as a member of the commission in January of 2013. He was selected by his fellow commissioners to serve as chairman and vice chairman while serving as on the Board of County Commissioners. Whereas Commissioner Pinzel was committed to providing for the maintenance and infrastructure needed to meet current and future service level for roads, county facilities, and asset sewer, water, and stormwater. He was instrumental in securing additional gas tax funding in excess of $13 million for regional road transportation projects and $1.1 million in general fund revenue to create the Douglas County Stormwater Maintenance Management Program. He served on the Regional Transportation Committee to promote improving transportation needs and issues in Douglas County. He made the Muller Parkway Extension project a priority and continually advocated for the project to be completed so to alleviate traffic congestion and improving safety on US 395. Whereas Commissioner Pinzel remained devoted to protecting the natural resources of Douglas County with the successful implementation of the first noxious weed abatement program in the state of Nevada in order to assist the agricultural community, and securing funding of 14,500 acres of Bentley Pine Nut Mountains property by the Bureau of Land Management to preserve open space for the benefit of the residents of Douglas County forever. Whereas Commissioner Pinzel demonstrated his dedication to Douglas County, the United States, and the veterans of this community with the construction of the first Veterans Monument in Douglas County in partnership with WAVE, Welcome All Veterans Everywhere, and the Grand Flagpole project in front of the new Douglas County Community and Senior Center flying the largest American flag set in northern Nevada and displaying the county flag for the first time outdoors. Whereas Commissioner Pinzel was a fierce advocate for Douglas County, his most enduring quality was his passion for ensuring that every item that the board heard was thoroughly reviewed and that it benefited the citizens of Douglas County as a whole. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Douglas County Commissioners, along with the Douglas County staff and residents, and saying a heartfelt thank you to Commissioner William B. Pinzel for 8 years of devoted service to Douglas County, adopted the 17th day of December. Commissioner Pinzel, it's been a pleasure working with you for 8 years.
Thank you, Kathy, and it's been a pleasure working with you. At this time, I would like to thank the county staff and those people that support me, and I am most humbled by the service, and I thank you all. Now, moving on, before we go much further, I would like to submit to the board the possibility of pulling item, is it 1516, which is Kathy Lewis's resignation. And for the purpose of, I'm sure that we have all received people, or at least interest from people that would like to be considered for the position on a temporary basis. And because of the personnel laws, we need to contact these people and give them a notice. And if they want to waive the 5-day notice, then we can talk about them and their qualities and determine who would be the best short-term or however long we want to make that replacement. If we want to be able to discuss people, then we need to be able to notify them. And so what I'm proposing is that we would listen to the item and then take the names down, have the staff contact those people and see if they would consent to having their personalities discussed. And if they do, then we can talk about them in the item when it comes up at the end. And so we would also then continue the item to the end of the agenda. Did I make myself clear, unless everybody understand what I was trying to do?
Are you asking for recommendations now, or when we hear the item?
Well, I would read the item into the record. We would discuss any recommendations that we have. And then the staff would start contacting them. Then we would hear, and while the staff is doing that, we would hear the rest of the agenda. And in other words, continue the item to the end where it is currently placed. Okay. And then we could discuss the people. Commissioner Engel. Yes, sir.
This is extremely short notice, not only for the candidates, but for them to be able to put any kind of a resume together, an adequate presentation. It seems to put an undue burden on them. And there may be somebody that won't get the word. Can we move this out to the first of the year? I don't know.
Yeah, sure. We have a great latitude in what we can and cannot do. But we need to have somebody to take over for Miss Lewis starting 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Is that correct, Mr. Ritchie?
No.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Actually, it's Miss Lewis's resignation is effective 5 o'clock p.m. tomorrow, December 18th.
So we need somebody at 5:01 p.m. to take on, or before that, I suppose.
I nominate Kathy Lewis to temporarily fill the position.
I think that would probably receive a unanimous vote.
I'm not sure Kathy would much care for that.
Okay, minus Kathy's vote, of course.
When she drinks Carlini's coffee, she may regret the whole thing.
Yeah, there's a good point there. But anyway, my point is, if we wanted to discuss personalities, people, and qualifications, we would need to be able to contact people that have expressed interest. I know of 2 that have expressed interest to me. I don't know about the rest of you, but it would seem to me that if we're going to conform to the requirements of the NRS, we need to be able to notify these people that such a conversation would occur and that we need their permission. The other part of this is just because we discuss them doesn't mean that we have to appoint anybody, because we'll have to come up with some kind of solution in the interim. Okay, so all I'm trying to do is set it up so we can discuss people if we wanted to. Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I would suggest that no matter what we do here today, we appoint somebody on a just for part-time, for a short period of time until everybody hears about this and can apply that wants to. I think it's just not fair to everyone to just have people that may have notified us or maybe that we want to notify to make that decision today. So no matter who we pick today, I think it should be just as a temporary position.
Okay. I'm not, the issue really is, do we want to notify any potential people? If we want to go down that course, I'll read it in the record. We'll continue it. Is there, and I don't need a vote. I just need a general opinion. Do you all want to do it or not?
Yes.
I think that we need to have somebody.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean,
Okay. So let me read it into the record and then we'll continue it. And if you have names, we'll bring those up after we read it into the record. Ms. Lewis, do you have any objection to this?
Sorry, this is Kathy Lewis for the record. I do not. When you're discussing names, I would like to throw one in as a, oh gosh, I just forgot the word, just as an acting, if you guys decide to not appoint someone permanently, I would like from our office an acting, since they are part of our office. So I'd like to throw that in, but I'll wait till you read the agenda item.
Okay, so this is item 16 for possible action. Discussion on the resignation of Kathy Lewis as the Douglas County Clerk Treasurer effective December 18th, 2020, and to take appropriate action to fill the vacancy. Such action may include making an appointment to fill the vacated position pursuant to either NRS 245.170 or NRS 245.180, providing direction to staff regarding the future selection process, or taking such other action as the board may determine is appropriate. Mr. Ritchie, do you want to take this item on, or have I said everything that can be said?
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Yes, you've adequately expressed what's going to happen. Under either NRS 245-170, it's appointment to fill the vacancy until the next election, or under NRS 245.180, a temporary appointment until such time a formal appointment can be made.
Okay, so those are going to be our options. Any discussion by board members?
What?
I have somebody in mind, but I'd like to hear what Kathy Lewis has to say.
Okay, we just need a name. We need to just get the names out for right now so that they can be contacted by the staff. Okay, so if you have somebody in mind, say it.
I have somebody in mind. I would like to interview and see Amy Poole.
Okay.
I think that's a good idea. I like that, Wes.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second that. Third it.
Mr. Nelson, do you have a name of anybody that's contacted you?
That was the only name that contacted me, and I do have a couple of people I'd like to contact, but I don't want to put their name out at this point because I haven't had a chance to talk to them.
Okay, then they won't be part of the discussion. Is that okay? Okay.
I understand that.
Okay. I was contacted by Amy as well as Ted Thran. So those are the two names. Ms. Lewis, do you have a name of somebody that we should contact?
I knew about these two names, and will hold my comments till the end if you're so inclined. But I would like to ask that Kathy Kaiser be in the discussion as acting. She can speak for herself, but I believe she's interested in the permanent position, but she does work in our office and would be a good acting if that's the direction you go.
Okay, so we'd have to contact Kathy and get her permission to discuss that. So we have three names of people to contact. And so, Mr. County Manager, can you?
I hope you're not planning it's totally dried up.
Oh, well, then I got to go away.
Dave, your microphone is on, Dave.
Now he's muted. What happened to Mr. Cates? Okay, Mr. Cates, can you get those people contacted and get the legal requirements?
We're on it.
Okay. So then we'll go back to I think we probably need to have a vote on continuing this until the end of the agenda. Is there a motion to continue this until the end of the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I would move that we continue this item to the end of the agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Engels. And we'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. All right, we'll move on in the agenda to item number 4, I believe it is. Let me get back to it. Item number 4, for presentation only, presentation on the "In God We Trust" sign installed in the chambers of the Board of County Commissioners in the old courthouse as a result of private fundraising efforts. Mr. Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. In February of this year, I attended the National Association of Counties annual legislative conference in Washington, D.C. And while I was there, I met Miss Jackie Sullivan, who is a city council member in the city of Bakersfield, California. She had told me of her efforts to display the national motto, "In God We Trust," in public places. And this is in a time where some factions of our country and some factions of our society want to take down our national motto and any significance that it might have to the very principles upon which this county or this country was founded. Ms. Sullivan's first action was with her board to get approval from her own city council to put up the national motto in their chambers, and then to create a design for the display of the motto. And after her initial success, she formed a nonprofit whose mission was to go out and see that or ask that cities and towns across the country display our national motto in a prominent place. I have to tell you that Ms. Sullivan had me sold in the first 2 minutes of our conversation, as I immediately recognized her passion to display our national motto and to promote "In God We Trust." So earlier this year, I brought a motion before our board for approval to display our national motto in the county Board County Commissioners chambers in the Valley. That action was approved unanimously. We decided that taxpayer funds would not be used for this endeavor, but rather a private funding effort would go forward. I want to thank Mark Gardner, who offered to lead the private funding effort, and along with me, we raised all the funds necessary for the design, manufacture, and installation of the national motto in the Valley Chambers. And for any of you who have not been there recently, it looks great. It was put up the other day. And finally, I want to say that because of Ms. Sullivan's efforts, countless cities and counties across the nation have done this, and I think it's a very, very worthwhile effort. Thank you.
Mr. Gardner, do you want to add some comments?
Thank you.
Elect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well done. Here, here.
I'm honored to have had the opportunity to serve our county in this manner and work with Commissioner Walsh in this regard. When we approved or looked at the possible artwork to put in the board chambers, we chose something that I think is very appropriate, and I think you'll be impressed when you actually see it in person. We did have a photo opportunity this last Monday when Brian Fitzgerald and Sharon Schlegel joined myself and Commissioner Walsh in that regard. And there's the picture that they put up on the camera. And I don't know if you'll appreciate the nuance, but I certainly see the nuance of the county logo below it pointing to "In God We Trust." And so I'm very proud of our efforts and proud of the opportunity to participate in this effort, and look forward to having the public have an opportunity to get back into that building and witness this as well. So once again, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your efforts. And it also highlights the Silver State by having it in silver.
Yes.
That's a good thing. Mr. Fitzgerald, do you have a comment?
I do. Thank you, Chair. My name is Brian Fitzgerald. I'm president of the Carson Valley Arts Council. We are the designated local arts agency for Douglas County, and our status as a 501c3 nonprofit allowed us to serve as the fiscal agent for the In God We Trust motto project. I was able to see the new signage firsthand in the commission chambers on Monday, and it does look spectacular. To echo Commissioner Walsh's comments, you have to acknowledge the efforts of Commissioner-elect Mark Gardner. He set out and accomplished the task of having this project entirely funded by private donations. So on behalf of the Carson Valley Arts Council, I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity to collaborate on the motto project. And I look forward to future endeavors between Douglas County and the Arts Council to advance arts programming and cultural interest in the community. Thank you.
Well, thank you for being a chair and a champion of that.
Appreciate
well
it.
done. Commissioner Walsh?
No, I was just giving Brian's a thumbs up. So he did a great job. Appreciate the Arts Council support as acting as fiscal agents. So very pleased with the outcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great job, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And ladies. All right. Any questions from commissioners, comments? Okay, we'll move on. Well done. It took a while to get done, but it's done. Now we will adjourn as the Board of County Commissioners and convene as the Redevelopment Agency. And in that regard, for presentation, we have a discussion of the result of the November 2020 general election referendum repealing ordinance 2016-1456 that created the redevelopment area number 2 and the Douglas County Redevelopment Agency's continuing contractual obligations under the tax increment pledge agreement entering into with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority in April 2020, and an update on the Event Center project. Mr. Cates, Mr. Wadley, Mr. Feldman, and Ms. Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Patrick Cates, if I could just give a brief intro. This item was on the agenda at the request of Commissioner Nelson. I think that some of the commissioners wanted to know if there's any action that the board had to take in relation to RDA 2, given the general election referendum that passed to dissolve RDA 2. There is no action that the board needs to take, but we thought it was a good opportunity to give an update to the board, talk about the impacts of the referendum on RDA 2, as well as the tax increment pledge agreement with Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. And we've also invited Lou Feldman and Carol Chaplin to give an update on that project as well. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Deputy District Attorney Zach Wadley.
Welcome, Ms. Wadley.
Thank you, Mr. Cates. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Zach Wadley, District Attorney's Office. As we all know, the November 2020 general election included Douglas County question number 1, which was a referendum on ordinance 2016-1456, which adopted the redevelopment plan for redevelopment area number 2, generally located in the state line Nevada casino core area. Of course, the Douglas County voters voted to repeal that ordinance. Under Nevada law, specifically NRS 295.125, if a majority of the registered voters voting on a referred ordinance vote against it, the ordinance shall be considered repealed upon certification of the election results. The county commission formally certified the Douglas County election results on November 16th, 2020, which would be the effective date of the repeal of the ordinance adopting the redevelopment plan for redevelopment area number 2. So that happens by operation of law. There's no legal requirement for the county commission to take any further formal action to effectuate the November general election vote on county question number 1. However, that being said, in the case of redevelopment area number 2, in April of 2020, a majority of the redevelopment agency board approved the tax increment pledge agreement with the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, TDVA, pledging up to $1.3 million in tax increment funds per year for a total of up to $34.25 million in funds over the life of the agreement for purposes of financing the construction of the Tahoe Events Center that you're all familiar with. This agreement did create binding and enforceable contractual obligations on behalf of the redevelopment agency. You'll hear more about the status of the Event Center project from TDVA later in this presentation, but my understanding is that bonds were sold by TDVA earlier this year in reliance on the tax increment pledge agreement, and the Event Center preliminary construction activities have indeed begun. But Mr. Feldman and Ms. Chaplin will provide you with more information on that. From a legal standpoint, a general matter of legal principle, legislative action, whether taken by the county commission or through the initiative or referendum process, generally cannot impair pre-existing contractual obligations that were entered into by the county. That's a principle that's enshrined in the U.S. Constitution. It's also in the Nevada Constitution. So in short, the county typically can't contract with another party, create contractual obligations and reliance by the other party, and then turn around later and disavow the contract through subsequent legislative action. That's the general principle. Here, of course, given the majorities of the agency's enactment of the Tahoe or of the tax increment pledge agreement, the redevelopment agency has a pre-existing contractual obligation to pledge the tax increment revenue to TDVA for purposes of financing the construction of the event center. And again, it's my understanding TDVA has relied on that contractual commitment to bond for the construction. I'd also note that NRS Chapter 279, which is the redevelopment law, includes language prohibiting the impairment of obligations relating to any bonding or pledge revenues by repeal of redevelopment related laws. So if the redevelopment agency were to repudiate its contractual obligation under the tax increment pledge agreement, it would be almost certainly subject to legal action by not only TDVA, but likely bond underwriters and bond purchasers who will also allege reliance on the terms of that agreement in underwriting and purchasing those bonds. Of course, on the other hand, you have the referendum election result, repealing the ordinance adopting the redevelopment plan for RDA2. And those are obviously competing positions that somehow have to be reconciled. And really the only way to do that is to, on one hand, comply with the contractual obligations of the tax increment pledge agreement with TDVA by continuing to collect up to $1.3 million in tax increment and remitting that to TDVA for purposes of financing the event center construction. But at the same time, in order to comply with the November 2020 vote, there would not be any other redevelopment activity within redevelopment area number 2, and no tax increment would be collected above and beyond the $1.3 million per year that the redevelopment agency is contractually obligated to collect and remit under the tax increment pledge agreement. All property taxes generated above the 1.3 million from properties located within redevelopment area 2 would simply be treated as any other property tax revenue generated within the county from other properties and dispersed to the various taxing agencies, which of course include the county, that would normally receive it. So in sum, you would in effect have a cap on tax increment collected of $1.3 million per year in order to comply with the tax increment pledge agreement as it's written, and no further redevelopment activity or tax increment collection beyond that. And that's the conclusion of my presentation, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you want to ask any questions on that, or if you'd like to go to Mr. Feldman and Ms. Chaplin for their presentation.
Before we go to them, I think that we should open it to questions from the commissioners on your specific presentation. We'll start with Mr. Walsh, and then we'll go down the line. Okay, gentlemen.
Mr. Chair, Zach, I know you said from a legal standpoint the RDA is going to be dissolved, but what entity remains in place to pay the obligation under the tax increment pledge agreement? I mean, is RDA 2 dissolved, or what happens?
So the entity that TDVA contracted with is the Douglas County Redevelopment Agency, which continues to exist. As you know, although redevelopment area number 1 in the valley was dissolved, there were still redevelopment funds remaining in that account that needed to be spent for redevelopment purposes. So the agency continues to administer those funds. The agency will continue to exist to administer the obligations under the tax increment pledge agreement. So I mean, really that would be the only thing that would remain in terms of the activity for the agency with respect to redevelopment area number 2. There would be no further redevelopment project, no further redevelopment activity, no further collection of tax increment aside from that which was necessary to comply with the contractual obligations under the agreement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rice?
Sorry about that, pushed the wrong button. Okay, so it's my understanding that RDA 2 is dissolved, but the monies collected in that redevelopment area, the first obligation that we have contracted with LTVA or TDVA, those will continue contractually so that those funds will be available for them. Is that correct?
I think that's correct, but I think the more accurate way to say it may be that redevelopment area number 2 exists only to the extent necessary to comply with the pre-existing contractual obligations under the tax increment pledge agreement.
Thank you.
Commissioner Engels?
Yeah, Zach, so it's a 1.3 million cap?
The annual collection of tax increment under the pledge agreement is capped at 1.3 million.
Okay, so it's an annual payment to whoever.
It's an annual remittance to TDVA that's capped at 1.3 million per year. And you know, some of you may recall this, but in the event that tax increment comes in less than 1.3 million per year, there's no additional risk to the county. It's just that lesser amount would be remitted and no further would be remitted for that particular year.
Does that help you, Mr. Engels? Do you have another question?
Well, no, I just, is there any way to claw that back?
Well, when you say claw back, I'm not sure exactly what money you're referring to, but yeah, there's some things we can talk about in regard to this at a later date, and I'm sure it'll come up in the future.
Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, I look at this as a real mess because of how the board reacted on this. First, the referendum was put together. It was certified. It comes before the board. The board decides we don't want to dissolve the RDA at this point, but we'll put it on the ballot for the people to make a decision. And then in the next step, turn around and obligate the county to this $34.25 million. I think that was in very bad faith, and it insults 57% of the voters out there. And I think that the three of you who voted for this should look at that and wonder if you did the right thing. I'm very disappointed in this board and this action and how it took place.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions?
I don't want to get into an argument, but I think we did exactly the right thing, because the tax money that was coming from the redevelopment area, the properties up there, I don't care what people say, were blighted. We were losing yearly, we were losing millions of dollars. And this is going to hopefully put a stop to that bleeding. And I, for one, will never apologize for that vote. Thank you.
Nor I. I think the next item that we take on is the RDA 1 funds. And since most of you were not here when this was first considered, but I owned the store in Genoa when it was first considered for RDA 1, and there was a lot of resentment on that. But had that RDA not been placed in effect, there's no way that Genoa could afford to redo Genoa. That's the same way that we approached this. This RDA was contemplated much earlier than the votes were. I think that it was mischaracterized by the people that created the referendum. And I think that's what sold it. And there was not going to be, and never has been, and nor have we ever discussed any tax increase in any area on anything. And to characterize that as a tax increase was really a poor way to get it. And what we're doing is we're succumbing as a county to operations like it's California. And I, for one, think that's wrong. But more than that,
RDA came from California.
Thank you for interrupting me, Mr. Nelson. More than that, what we found by continuing the RDA 2 until it had the money in it was that there were certain projects that needed to be done, and they ended up with an excess even with those certain projects, which we will talk about in the next issue. That's going to happen in this particular case, where it's also contemplated that they need, and it was identified in the master plan as well as in the area plan, that they need a fire station in the core. That was one opportunity that we could have explored, or the RDA could explore in the future, is building that fire station at no cost to any of the taxpayers in Douglas County, except for those in the RDA. And then more than that, there's the question of how do you fund now any improvements to, which is an obligation also of the TRPA, that they're requiring that the street that is right now Highway 50, but will be moved, how we're going to fund those things. And that will be the responsibility of future boards. So what it did is it handcuffed current board or the future boards and their ability to accomplish their mission. So if that satisfies you and you think that's a good way to run the railroad, then you're going to have that as an issue. With that, and Mr. Wadley, what is the termination date of RDA 2?
I don't have the exact date on the tip of my tongue. Let me pull up the agreement.
In essence, it's when the last bond payment is made. Is that correct?
Well, recall, Mr. Chair, there's no, the agency isn't paying out a bond. The
right.
only obligation of the agency is remittance of tax increment in accordance with the agreement. And let me see. The expiration of the increment pledge agreement would occur on March 2nd, 2046.
Okay. So there's a finite end to it, right?
There's a finite end to it, yes.
Okay. And that would have existed with or without the referendum?
I'm not clear on your question, sir.
Well, I just answered it myself. No, it needed the referendum to end the RDA, I suppose. Right. Anyway, I'm not going to be here in 46. Mr. Feldman, you and Ms. Shepard are up.
Thank you, Chair Benzel. And also thank you to the other commissioners and to the county staff, of course, for all the support that we've had for this project. I just am going to talk a little bit about what happened this summer, and then I think Natalie is going to be my technical advisor and show you a little clip of our virtual tour of the proposed site. And she saved me today for that. As you know, the TDVA did retain the services of Core Construction, which is not an unfamiliar name to the county. They've done several projects in the county, including the community center, I believe, and are highly regarded throughout the region. We've had a great relationship with them. And we also have a project manager on board, International Coliseum, who oversees all of the activities. We broke ground on July 9th, which actually coincided with the American Century Championship, which without attendees. And we did have national coverage of that event, actually, just because of our relationship with NBC Sports and the American Century Championship. So that was kind of fun. We were limited to 50 people, of course, because of COVID, but we did have celebrities there that helped us celebrate the first shovel. But we did it with golf clubs instead, so that was in keeping with the American Century Championship. Primarily there was some water line construction and also utility lines underground. We ran into a little bit of we found that there was a foundation there from an old bank, and so that had to be removed as well. Actually, I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna be real quick on this. The tennis courts in the back of Mont Bleu were brought up, and they won't be coming back again. And there was a new road put in, not only for the construction, but also to connect with the parking structure that is already existing there. There'll be a new entrance there because of where the event center is going. There was a repaving of the wall of the parking lots, some retaining wall construction, etc. Just primarily some, preparation for the next season, which we hope to start on May 1, and then go through the end of 2022. That was about $5 million worth of construction this summer. We still have some NDOT work to do. We have some Nevada Energy work. We really appreciate Patrick Cates and his staff, all of their efforts to get our permits in line and some of the, dotting the I's and crossing the T's. And then Natalie, if you'd like to run that little video, we'll show you what this thing looks like inside and out. And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Feldman to give you some more information.
Okay, Natalie Wood, for the record, I have shared my screen. Are you able to see it?
I see it.
Yeah, it's working.
Okay, I'll start playing.
Thank you. That's all I have for you, Lou.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Lou Feldman, thank you for the opportunity to update the status of the project. And I certainly want to take this opportunity to thank Commissioners Penzel, Walsh, and Nelson for their service, as well as Kathy Lewis. A lot of folks have worked especially hard over a number of years, certainly to the advancement of Douglas County. As you know, a team of experts had been assembled to assist with developing a financing plan for this project that included state legislation imposing a $5 per night room night surcharge, a 1% increase in the lodging license fee, and the tax increment component. And I think it's important to understand that occupancy-based revenues are particularly variable, whereas tax increment provides some stability and was a key component to make the bond sale marketable. And the original intention was, of course, to issue debt in the spring. Not surprisingly, COVID had an impact on that, among other things, and that is why the project was phased, as Carol described, where site work and utility relocation provided a platform for a future building season. We were successful in entering into a bond purchase agreement with the underwriter, and the bond sold on October 28th, and the issuance was $112 million. It was oversubscribed. We had purchase orders for $800,000 plus. Purchasers included, among other financial institutions, Vanguard, the Franklin Fund, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Fidelity, American Century, and others. We have just published a request for proposal for the facilities operator, and TDBA intends to conduct interviews for that RFP this February and hopefully get the project management team on board before construction commences on phase 2. Phase 2 will be the mass excavation and construction of the superstructure. That is scheduled to commence, as Carol indicated, May 1st. If the weather is cooperative and TRPA is willing, if we could get a couple of week head start on that, that would be the goal. In any event, the construction manager corps has agreed to a construction schedule that would complete the project in December of 2022, and it would be operational in the first quarter of 2023. As you could see from that fly-through video, this is certainly a transformative event for the market. The level of interest that we have already received has been overwhelming, and we certainly look forward to all of you attending our grand opening and future events, hopefully including Douglas County Commissioner meetings. We have a room that we have available to accommodate that, should that be the will of the county. I'd be pleased to answer any questions at this time, and again, thank you for all your help.
Questions from the board? Any questions? All right, I don't see any, but thank you for that review. And it was oversubscribed by $800,000. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. And I might also note that this was the first.
Sorry, Lou, 800 million, not 800,000.
Thank you, Carol. I was only off by $7,200,000. Yeah, 700 million. In any event, now I forgot what I was going to say. She's got me so frazzled. I'll leave it at that.
It was a amazing array of financial institutions interested in that funding.
You've reminded me. I had a senior moment. I'm back. This was the first occupancy-based, municipal bond sold post-COVID, which I think is also, speaks volumes about the strength of the credit and confidence in the market.
All right. Just out of curiosity, if some future legislation from the board were to revoke or sue for the money, would that affect the credit rating that the county has?
I'll defer that to Zach. I have other issues if that were to occur, but I'm not looking for the Full Employment Act for lawyers. I'd like to think we got this one in the rearview mirror.
Mr. Chair, Zach Wadley, DA's office. I don't think you'd be talking about a credit rating issue as to the county. There would be a number of other issues, legal issues that would arise.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Any questions from the board that generate any discussion? Seeing none, we want to thank you all for coming up here and doing, or getting on Zoom and doing it. And certainly is another dream for the county, I think. So we'll adjourn as the redevelopment. Oh no, I got to do the Genoa one. For possible action, discussion to approve $1,013,103 guaranteed maximum price contract for the Redevelopment Agency Area 1, Town of Genoa Improvement Project with Core Construction Services of Nevada, and authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of Douglas County Redevelopment Agency. Mr. McCullough.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott McCullough, Office of County Manager. I'm in the Town of Genoa's office with JT Chalier, the town manager, and we're here for this to discuss this award of this guaranteed maximum price contract as presented from Core Construction Services. Again, the CMAR process is a collaborative process that brings the architect, contractor, and owner together to really scope and meet the budget needs and the town's needs for this project. So I'm going to turn over to JT to talk a little bit about the scope. There's two major portions of the project, the town hall and the town kitchen remodels. So with that, I'll turn it over to JT.
Thank you, Scott, and thank you, Board of County Commissioners, for having us today. You know, we have very exciting at the progress of this project, and really what it comes down to is the genesis is that we have two main facilities, our town kitchen and our town hall, that were in drastic need of updates and rehabilitation. And so these funds were critical in allowing us to execute much needed maintenance and updates on the properties. So I'll speak to first the town kitchen. So the town kitchen, if anybody wasn't aware, it's where we generate 100% of the candy that is sold for the candy dance every year. Typically that's in excess of $50,000 a year in revenue generation for the town. And in addition to that, we also rent out the town kitchen for our rental packages at the town hall for weddings, special events, things along those lines. So a great revenue driver for the town of Genoa. But over the course of time, you know, that kitchen has really been put together, you know, a burner here, a stove here, a refrigerator here. And so what we've really identified is the need to bring all of these equipment upgrades to code, ensuring that we're safe both with fire and you know, with proper ventilation, and then also providing enough space and the availability for people to be efficient when generating candy, making candy in the town kitchen. And so working with Scott and the team at Core Construction and Paul Cavanagh Architects, we feel that we've really defined some opportunities where we can provide those much needed upgrades and really create an opportunity for us to continue to, you know, provide the revenue through candy sales and candy generation, as well as our town rental facilities, and making them safe and accessible for the folks of the general public that do rent these facilities. And moving on to the town hall. The town hall, most importantly, you know, is the upgrades to first the safety with new fire, as well as ADA access to our bathrooms, as well as proper fire exits out of the facility. So really making sure that we're really code compliant as we move into the future. And then in addition to that, one of the really exciting things is finally having air conditioning in the town hall for the first time since 1896. And so that's a big feather in the cap for us here in Genoa. But really what it comes down to is making ourselves competitive, one, with other rental facilities in the region, and two, making it safe and habitable for the folks, not only town members, but the general public that do rent these facilities. You know, the town board is in support of all of the efforts that Scott and Paul Cavanagh Architects and Core Construction have put into this project. And we're very grateful to the Board of County Commissioners for their allocation of funds for this project. So all in all, it's been a great collaborative process and one that is supported by the town as a whole. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Scott with any final comments, and happy to answer any questions that the board may have.
No other comments from me. Thank you. Can we answer any questions for you?
Okay, Commissioner Engels.
Do you have an ETA on this project?
Yes, it's approximately 4 months. We have a little longer schedule because we have an abatement of hazardous materials that we'll have to take care of before we can start. But as soon as we get clearance on that, approximately 4 months for the project.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question of Commissioner Penzel. He's our sage historian. Wasn't this RDA discussed by the grand jury and they recommended dissolving it? Didn't that happen back 17, 18, something like that?
Yeah, and we did dissolve it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And this is money that was left over in the RDA, and it's been pledged. There's about 1.3 million that's pledged to connect the road behind Topsy Lane out to Jacks Valley Road. So it'd be an alternate around Highway 50 if we ever had to do it. And then there's this amount of money that was pledged to help Genoa be more competitive. And in that regard, and we actually asked them what projects they wanted. That it would pretty much, as I don't have the figures in front of me, but I think it will pretty much use up all the funds out of the RDA, at which point it will cease to exist, much like RDA 2 now. But in terms of projects, you mentioned everything but shoring up the foundation of the church. Is that going to happen at the same time?
Commissioner or Chairman, when that project was scoped, it was merely a retaining wall adjacent to the church. Further investigation reveals that it's an entire foundation that needs replacement. So what we've done, we only had $25,000 allocated for that job. So what we're doing is preparing design documents, and we're going to get an accurate cost of that work. And then at that time, see if there's any savings left in this project to address that. If not, that will remain an unspent portion of the project due to the big nature instead of just the retaining wall as it was previously thought. So we're working on it and not sure, how far we can get with the funding that's left.
Okay, and then the second question is for JT. There was an issue with the previous owners of the Pink House about your using the back portion as an escape route or fire route out of the building. Has that been resolved?
Yeah, so what we've figured out through the investigation process and working with Paul Cavan Architect and looking at the specific codes as it relates to fire egress and ingress is we will be able to provide proper egress and ingress out of both of our buildings. One of them, the fire exit through the town office, the fire bay and the town kitchen is going to be through the town office. And then the fire exit out of the town hall. We will have some upgrades on the south side of that building, which is actually adjacent to a different building owner or parcel owner. But all of the upgrades and all of fire egress and ingress will happen on the town of Genoa properties. And we are working actively with the current owner, Lois Ray, at the Pink House and the 2291 Main Street property to ensure that as we engage on our project and move forward with our project, that we do so working collaboratively with her to ensure that her project is going to be a great addition and upgrade to the town of Genoa itself. And so we want to make sure that we hold up our end of the bargain. So working very collaboratively, and the lines of communication are open, but as it relates to right now, there will be no impact to her property or the need to use it as an emergency fire escape.
And so all is quiet in Genoa?
Yeah, until the next person, runs into a deer or something like that. All's pretty quiet here in Genoa. So we're, again, in the COVID-19 that we've all been dealing with, we find ourselves very grateful to have had this opportunity and to upgrade these facilities, and the silver lining of having to cancel a lot of our rentals and facility usage over the course of the last few months and looking forward is we provide a great opportunity, provide access to these to core construction and the team to really kind of get the ball rolling and to start moving us forward.
Thank you very much. Any other questions from board members?
Yes.
Commissioner Walsh.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments. I bet a great deal of our residents really enjoy the quiet ambiance of Genoa, but I bet a great deal of our residents have no clue about the economic contribution that Genoa contributes to the county through tourism. And I think it's very important that we keep that in mind. I know that Judy and I, we love strolling through Genoa on a hot, sunny afternoon in the summertime, or maybe a hot toddy at the Genoa bar on a snowy day or whatever. But I just want to express my thoughts about what a great job the town of Genoa does for the county of Douglas. They're a great contributor to our economic vitality, and as you mentioned before, I want to mention that none of these improvements that we're doing now would be possible without redevelopment. And one final comment, JT, I've been to several weddings and other events at the town hall, and air conditioning is definitely a plus.
Amen.
And you're over your COVID exposure, right?
Yes, I am, and that's the only reason why we have Mr. McCullough here in the room today. But yeah, I was
left.
Hey, if you want to get someone out of the room, that's the way to do it. But no, I was diagnosed on the 18th and did my 14-day quarantine, and I'm back and healthy. And I just wish that all folks stay healthy and make sure they follow all the protocols, because I will say that working in the office with my assistant when I could have been contagious, we both wore masks, and I really truly attribute that to the main reason why she did not get it. And she's also probably has a better immune system and is much healthier than me. So.
Well, it's good that you were looking out for each other. That's what it's required in this day and age, is looking out for other people. All right. If there are no further questions, then we'd be looking for a motion. This is for action.
Oh, I move that we approve the $1,013,103 guaranteed maximum price contract for the Redevelopment Agency Area 1, Town of Genoa Improvement Project with Core Construction Services of Nevada.
And authorize the county manager to execute?
Yes.
Or you wanted the full thing, or you need to say the rest of it though?
Okay. And authorize the county manager to execute the contract on behalf of Douglas County Redevelopment Agency.
All right.
I guess.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion by Commissioner Engels. Do we have a second?
I will second.
We have and a second by Commissioner Rice. So we have a motion by Commissioner Engels and a second by Commissioner Rice. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays? Then the motion passes. And we'll be moving on to item 7. But before we do that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So we'll be back here about 3:12. Okay? I'm sure everybody's got So we're moving on to item number 7. Before we do that, we're going to adjourn as the Redevelopment Agency and reconvene as the Board of County Commissioners. And all 5 commissioners are back. So I'll move on to item number 7 for possible action. Discussion on adoption of Resolution 2020R-125, accepting the design standards for towns of Gardnerville and Minden and the county's effort to utilize these standards to the greatest extent possible for future development projects within the towns. Mr. Nielsen on behalf of the town of Gardnerville and Mr. Frisbee on behalf of the town of Minden. It's a 5-minute presentation. Right.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity both JD and I do to be in front of the board today. I do have a 4-minute presentation and then I'll open it up to questions. I will share my screen, my presentation. It's the same presentation that you find in your board packet. But we are going to discuss the adoption of the town of Minden and town of Gardnerville design guidelines. Let's see. I'm not so good at making, oh, there we go. So just where the town of Minden and Gardnerville design guidelines came from is they were one of the goals and actions contained in the 2018 Plan for Prosperity, which was completed by the towns approximately 2 years ago. The design guidelines or the Plan for Prosperity was adopted by both the Minden and Gardnerville Town Board, accepted by the Planning Commission, and then accepted by the Board of County Commissioners. Inside the Plan for Prosperity, there lists about 24 items for the towns to take on. 2 of those items here I can read state to prepare infill development and design guidelines for new development and renovation and adaptive reuse. And it also asks the towns to prepare neighborhood planning, design, development guidelines and standards for new neighborhoods and addressing housing types. Gardnerville, town of Gardnerville adopted brand new design guidelines approximately a year ago, and Minden recently finished up theirs. So these 2 documents, design guidelines, have been adopted by the town boards. The design guidelines seek to do a number of things. What they do is they seek to require development within the towns to hold to a higher standard than the minimums found in Douglas County Code. The towns seek to create neighborhoods, not just engineered subdivisions. So what the towns are trying to get away with is you stand on a street, you look up the street, you just see rows and rows of garages. We want to see pedestrian enhancements, want to see open space, want to see a higher level of landscaping, different construction materials, colors, better architecture, and seek to standardize the look of the towns in certain areas. I can speak to Gardnerville's, but we have in the town of Gardnerville, there's 6 sections in our design guidelines where we break the standards out for different areas. So the areas down Main Street, the historic areas should look different than new commercial parks. Traditional neighborhoods such as on Douglas Avenue should look different than new neighborhoods. And we want to, never before has really the guidelines spoken to community facilities. So if a utility company puts in a building or the town puts in the building or the county, we want it to look a certain way. So I don't think it was generally the town's desire that these guidelines come before the county commission. However, as the towns are only advisory, if these documents are not adopted by the county commission, they'd only be suggestions and there would be no ability for county staff to require developers to follow them. So that's why we have brought them here for the county board. I'll turn over to JD. He can discuss a little bit on the town of Minden design guidelines.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric. I do know you guys have a very heavy packet today. I really hope that you have had the opportunity to review the 2 different design guidelines you have before you today, both Minden and Gardnerville. You will notice the difference between the 2. After the Plan for Prosperity, which the 2 towns worked together, we did decide to go in separate directions with our design guidelines. Hence, you'll see a little bit different as you see in the slide here in front of you. Minden's is made up of the 5 sections. The first one being the purpose of the design standards and how they tie into other plans, especially the plan for prosperity, as Eric mentioned earlier. Building design standards, again, we're looking for consistency with new growth, with renovations. We want to make sure we have kind of a theme and that it's clean. We really worked with our design guidelines to try to make it really simple. A developer comes in, we can just hand them the document. There's a lot of do's and don'ts, a lot of visuals to help them. And also helps us have a little bit of teeth in moving forward and in making sure we enforce the things that we want to see. Character districts. Obviously, Old Town in Minden is the crown jewel for us. We want to make sure we preserve the feeling that we have down here. We got a lot of beautiful architectural buildings, a wonderful theme for those that walk, those that come to shop. We want to make sure we preserve that in the future. Commercial core areas. You'll see that's kind of our 395 corridor. We wanted to make sure that we didn't see any changing in the zonings in there, and that's where we want to focus our commercial, future commercial in some of our vacant sites. Landscape design standards, kind of the same idea. We have a lot of streetscapes come before us, a lot of frontages, parking lots. We want to make sure we have consistency. We want to make sure that we have the design and overall look that we want. And then in the back, we have some figures that kind of lay out, some of our land uses and kind of help give a visual for what the town is now and how it all pieces together. So with that said, I don't have a lot more to add. Eric did a great job. We promised you 4 minutes of our presentation. I think we're there. So I would turn it over to any questions unless Eric has anything else he would like to add. And I would note I do have Cynthia Albright, our consultant here in my office, if there's any questions for her as well. So thank you. Barry, you're muted.
Barry.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Go ahead, John. This is right down your alley.
Excellent. This is headed in the right direction. And in the county master plan, architectural oversight was adopted. We need to work with both townships. And have you guys ever been to Park City, Utah, or seen pictures of it?
Yes, sir. And I'm going to ski there for 7 days this winter.
Well, okay. That theme that they have and the way they've done that city, they get tourists year round now. And people will go there just to spend time. So those kinds of things can really attract a lot of business to the community. And to require a theme, architectural theme with any of these commercial endeavors that come in to coincide with that. I'm a strong advocate of that. So you're headed in the right work and good work, guys.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Welch, go ahead.
Thank you. JD, Eric, your town boards, I have to applaud you guys for tackling these issues of design review. They have, you guys have identified the main items such as gateways and roadways and significant connection points and whatever, but I wholeheartedly agree with Mr. Engels that it's up to the towns that we have set design guidelines so that we can follow them and create a sense of place. The one comment that I have, it's not an issue, it's just a comment, with plans like this, they tend to show pictorial examples of things like creating places and corner orientations. But the pictures are examples of places we've never seen or they're of modern design. Our towns are unique. And it would be great if pictorial examples would show existing specific Gardnerville or Minden places like the S-curve or the corner bar or whatever, and superimpose those on a plan that the towns might want to see. In other words, give the developer some ideas so they don't go way off the track and they know that exactly what your concept and what your ideas are. I like much of what was discussed in the plans. Frankly, I think Buckeye Farms, we're going to hear later on, is a great example of how we can create excellent design guidelines. Anyhow, overall, you're to be congratulated. I support accepting these guidelines.
Thank you. Further questions from board members?
I have no question, but I would like to say that you guys have done a very nice job. I really like your concept. I like where you're going, and I think that you'll get the full support of this board as well as future board.
I don't see any other questions. Mr. Nelson, did you want to ask a question?
No, I'm fine. Like what I saw.
You know, one of the concerns is that we establish it, and you know, we have design criteria at the county, and I didn't see any kind of relationship. You know, like in Title 20, we have a certain design criteria for a cul-de-sac and how it should be. And so that would make it the standard, and then anything you want to do that would change that, as long as it's more restrictive, of course, you could do it. But by applying a county requirement, making your design standards county requirements, seems to me that you've lost a certain amount of flexibility in what you want to get done. Would it not be more appropriate for you to say that we want to adopt our design criteria, and in each case, we have talked about it with the staff, and it's either equal to or more restrictive than the county. Therefore, yours would become the law within the two towns, and you could change it as you need to change it. Because I'm sure you're going to find that some of the design criteria you've got are not going to work with some situation in the future. Then they never do, as Eric probably knows better than I do. So I'm thinking of some way of doing what Mr. Engels is trying to get, which is a theme through the towns, while allowing you some flexibility in doing that. Do you see that what you've proposed gives you that flexibility?
I'll speak to it, Mr. Chair. Again, I think that the initial intent was that we would adopt it at the town level, and the town board would have the ability to be flexible with it. But the problem with the town board adopting is it's only advisory, and developers have no obligation to follow it. So I'm kind of caught between two places where I take it to the county to give it some teeth, but then I lose some of the flexibility I think that would have been desired. So your comment is on point, and I agree with it, but in order to have it have any kind of regulatory standing, it needs to be adopted by the county board.
I assume Mr. Taylor agrees with that. Mr. Engels, go ahead.
Eric, in regard to that, okay, we've got the physical criteria, but what about the appearance and the look? You know, facades that give it a
personality
theme. Is that something in your jurisdiction, or we've never gotten down to that point, I don't think.
It really hasn't been to this point. It's been, we have to go with what the county minimums are for code. I think this is the first step, or the first attempt at either of the towns to elevate the type of materials, the architectural features, and the theme through the town. So that hasn't been in play previously, Mr. Engels, but with these design standards and the plan for prosperity, the goal was for the development within the towns, which is more urban, to look different than maybe the minimum developments out in some of the more rural areas of the county.
Thank you.
Back to the basic question I had. If somebody appeals your design criteria, they appeal it to the county board, right? You know, you tell them that
Taylor's looking. I'll defer to Mr. Taylor.
What I'm trying to do is get the county out of managing how you want your town to look. Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County TAs. Essentially, what you're looking at with this particular resolution is to have the town standards utilized by the county to the greatest extent practical, and so that that doesn't conflict with the code. So county will take into account.
Taylor, you've got a tremendous reverberation.
Something's wrong with the audio.
Sorry. Is that better?
No.
It's really hard to understand.
You're garbled, Sam.
Okay. Should I just log out and come back in or something?
Natalie, Sam, do you have anything playing on your computer? Because we're getting background noise as if it's playing in the back end. So if you could turn anything off on your computer playing in the background and try it.
The email open. I was going. I'll shut down everything here. Sorry. Is that better?
No, we can try and have you log out and log back in if we want to give that a quick little break.
Okay, we'll take well, let's see if there are other questions first, and then if we need to take a break for him, we'll come back to it. Does anybody else have a question or comment that they want to ask either of the towns? I want to make it clear. I think what you're doing is great. And I'm all for giving you more flexibility and the power of enforcing what you say and how you want to do it. And then, Mr. Engel's suggestion about a theme would work better. Sam, you coming back?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Is this any better?
Yeah, that's much better.
I have no idea what caused that. I just don't. Anyway, yeah. So as I was explaining, these the standards in the resolution are meant to have the county take into account the standards submitted by the respective towns and be utilized by the county to the greatest extent practical, which means to the extent that they don't conflict with code, they're required to be used by developers. That's it in a nutshell. If you want, a town theme such as what Mr. Engels is talking about, that would be something like in the form of an ordinance that would come later. Or maybe the towns could do it and then propose it to the board. But they have prepared or presented, I guess, the themes as far as they wanted to go thus far. So that's what's before you right now.
I was just trying to help Mr. Engels get in his position or get his concept into the whole thing. But you say it comes later. Mr. Engels, is that satisfactory to you?
Well, yeah, this is a good start. And, we have a tourist gold mine here with, a theme, expanding on the theme. And the other thing too is that there are some absolutely charming homes in Minden and Gardnerville. And like you said, the architects can design that and implement them into any development. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Mr. Walsh?
No, sir. I'm ready to make a motion if you're ready.
Well, please do.
Chair, I would move we adopt resolution 2020-R-125 as presented.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Well, thank you, gentlemen. Now you got the hard work of getting it done. Let's see, moving on. Item 8, possible action, discussion to adopt resolution 2020R-114, approving a $1.1 million in reimbursements for CARES Act funding for general fund expenditures for the prior year and augmenting the county's general fund budget in the same amount. Ms. Willoughby.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if I may, maybe I can give an overview on this.
I think first you need to address some of the criticisms of Mr. Engels. You know, there isn't a heck of a lot of background in this, as in none. And what's the explanation on that, and how do we follow the money trail? So with those items out there, I think those are his two major issues.
Yes, sir. So what we're doing with this agenda item is we had CARES Act eligible expenditures last fiscal year 20. That ended June 30. We didn't get our CARES Act money until the current fiscal year. We didn't get all that money until September. But we had costs that were incurred March, April, May, June. The majority of that are eligible salary expenses. What we would like to do is bring some of that money from the CARES Act fund to reimburse the general fund for those costs that we spent last fiscal year. When we incurred those costs last fiscal year, we had to pay them with general fund money. Now we have the CARES Act fund, and we're seeking to reimburse the general fund for $1.1 million. The CARES Act money has already been spent. It was spent as general fund, and now we are reimbursing the general fund with those CARES Act funds from the CARES Act fund that the board established earlier this year. There is more money that we need to bring forward. We are planning on doing that after the first of the year. We're still going through reconciliations. There's still a bill pending in Congress regarding CARES Act funds, whether it be extended, whether we'll get more money. So we'll be tidying all of that up with the board next fiscal year. But we do have what we see as urgent need to move forward on a project that is, I don't want to get too far off the agenda. It's actually the topic of agenda item number 9. So we take 1.1 million, reimburse the general fund from the CARES Act fund. That is now general fund money. And the next item, we would transfer that money to the RTC for them to administer for the design work for Muller Parkway. We have a commitment to build at least 2 lanes of a lot of the length of Muller Parkway under the Park Development Agreement. Muller Parkway is a long-term strategic priority for the county. And my staff have been working since we concluded the work with Far West Engineering. Far West Engineering got the project to 30% design, and they've been working on it.
Mr. Cates, you were right in your statement that you don't want to get too far afield of the actual thing that we're trying to do, which is discuss the monies right now.
Yes.
So I appreciate your wording, but if you would stick to this particular resolution on how and why it's being augmented.
Got it. Yeah. So like I said, we're just paying back the general fund for CARES Act eligible expenses paid by the general fund last fiscal year. We're transferring money from the CARES Act fund to the general fund. That's the purpose of this action. And as I said, there's more to come. We have more money that we'll be bringing forward after the first of the year. That's CARES Act money to reimburse expenses from last year.
Okay, thank you. Did you want Ms. Willoughby to talk on this issue?
You have anything to add, Terry?
Terry Willoughby for the record. I would like to address the issue of the appropriateness or the audit issues. These expenses were all claimed in consultation with the county's auditors, Ide Bailey. We had weekly meetings on what to claim. This money has to go back to the general fund because it was spent in the general fund last year. So as far as it not being appropriate, I'd be happy to sit down with anybody who has questions on that, but they were included in the fiscal year 1920 audit that was already completed. And you heard that report on November 30th.
Okay. If that concludes the presentation, I will ask Mr. Engels if he has further questions or concerns.
No, the initial statement stands.
Okay, fine. Um,
I think we lost our chairman.
Looks that way.
He flew the coop.
He's not done until January. Come on now.
Natalie Wood, for the record, correct. I don't see him in our participant list, but I'll definitely get him back in.
Oh, I moved for another 10-minute break. Died for a second.
How about a 5-minute break?
Second.
Can we take just a 5 minutes until Barry gets back online? We'll be back here at 3:44.
3:44. That's good.
Okay.
3:44 p.m. and I have 3:43.
Okay, we'll wait one more minute. Okay, it's 3:44. We've got all 5 commissioners. We'll reconvene. And we were talking to Ms. Willoughby, and she was going through the situation and trying to answer any questions from Mr. Engels. And I believe the last thing I heard was he was satisfied, or he stands by his comments anyway.
In both regards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we continue on. Any other comments or questions by commissioners?
No, sir. You ready for a motion?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, Chair, I move we adopt Resolution 2020-R-114, approving $1.1 million in reimbursements from the CARES Act funding to the general fund as presented.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
So the motion carries 4-1. And now we'll move on to item number 9. Discussion to adopt Resolution 2020R-126, approving the transfer of $1.1 million from the county's general fund to the county's regional transportation fund for the Muller Parkway design. Ms. Willoughby. Or is it going to be Mr. Cates?
It's okay with you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just give an overview on this one as well.
Okay, please do.
Okay, so now that you approved the prior item to bring the $1.1 million into the general fund, we're requesting permission to transfer it to RTC. The Regional Transportation Commission will take up consideration of a contract with CA Group is the name of the company, to do the design work for Muller Parkway, the complete design work. Far West Engineering did design work up to about 30% for purposes of the build grant. We would like to continue that design work. We are under an obligation under the park agreement to complete at least those portions of Muller Parkway that are included in that agreement by December of 2025. That may seem like a long ways away, but for a project of this size, it is not. We don't want to waste any time. If we continue with the design, then the board can consider future action to build Muller Parkway. The design work would be complete design through construction, and with options to construct only 2 lanes, only for the park sections, or for the entire 4 lanes, depending on funding decisions by a future board. I believe you're muted, sir.
Barry, you muted. Barry, you are muted.
Thank you. Sorry. Mr. Cates, did you have any further comments?
No, sir.
Ms. Willoughby, any comments?
Terry Willoughby for the record, no comments other than the funding is now available for this item, and it will be helpful in determining staging of financing or the financial plan for the project.
Okay, and it goes to the RTC. Mr. Nelson, question?
Yeah, do we have any kind of a plan for the complete funding of even the 2-lane road at this point?
We have some, yes, we have some ideas for that. Sorry, I'm trying to get some numbers for you. What did I do with that email? So the, gosh darn it, I've lost it. Pardon me, hang on Just one second.
Maybe Mr. Herb has it. Oh, go ahead.
So the cost estimates from Far West, which were very preliminary cost estimates for all 4 lanes, the entire project is $40 to $44 million. That would be a lot of money for the county to come up with on our own. We would have to consider some grant opportunities if we were to build that all at once. If we phase it, the cost estimates to meet the obligation under the park agreement is about $12.4 million. This contract would allow us to refine those cost estimates. $12.4 million, I think, is doable. I think there are multiple options that a future board could consider, including putting away money from greater than anticipated fund balance. We'll be talking about some of those opportunities with the new board after the first of the year as we settle up the CARES Act funds. I think there's opportunity there, as well as bond payments for any difference.
So to meet the obligation, you think you can finance it internally, and this is the first step in understanding that to get the full design cost?
That's correct. I don't know if John Herb has any additional comments in that regard.
Where'd he go? He's
there. He's right there. He said no.
I'm here.
Okay, he's not on my thing yet. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Herb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this will be the first step in proceeding with the design of Muller Parkway, getting them on board. We do want to proceed with a future CMAR type contract, so which is a construction management at risk, and so we can start the process with a contractor early on in the design and get some feedback from them and do some value engineering, maybe even some opportunities to lower the cost.
Okay. Questions from the board? Any questions from board members? Seeing none. Who spoke? Seeing none, then I guess we'd be looking for a motion.
Chair, I move we adopt resolution 2020 R-126, increasing transfers and increasing expenditures in the Muller Parkway design project of the county's regional transportation fund as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Rice. Any further discussion? No further bites of the apple. Then I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nays?
Nay.
So the motion carries 3-2. We'll move on to item number 10 for possible action. Discussion to adopt resolution 2020R-124, a resolution of intent proposing the issuance of and authorizing the publication of notices relating to general obligation bonds, limited tax, water bonds secured by pledged revenues in the maximum principal amount of $16,500,000 for the purpose of improvements to Cave Rock water system or other water projects, providing the manner, form, and contents of the notices thereof, authorizing the county manager or chief financial officer to arrange the sale of such bonds, providing other matters properly related thereto, and providing the effective date. Ms. Willoughby.
Thank you. Terry Willoughby for the record. This is the same item you've heard before in regards to the SRF loans, state revolving fund loans for the Cave Rock project that are issued in the form of a bond. On December 3rd, you heard this item and adopted a resolution notifying the Debt Management Commission of our intent to issue debt. On December 8th, the Debt Management Commission unanimously approved this item. And today we're asking, bring this resolution of intent and authorizing the publications of notice to go forward with the issuance.
All right. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, Zach Wadley, DA's office. Just wanted to clarify, this does require a 2/3 vote of the board for approval as well.
Thank you, Zach.
All right. So if there are no further discussion points on this, I'll call for the vote.
Haven't got a motion yet, Chair.
Yeah, well, okay, give me a motion then.
I move we adopt resolution 2020-R-124, a resolution of intent to issue general obligation, limited tax water bonds, additionally secured by pledge revenue as presented.
I will second.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Rice. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays, the motion carries 5-0. All right, we'll move on for presentation only. Introduction of ordinance 2020-1578, amending the language of the Douglas County Code Title III, Revenue and Finance, Chapter 3.12, Occupancy Tax, and Chapter 3.70, the Transient Lodging License Tax, to improve a one-time penalty for delinquent room taxes in the amount of 10% of the amount of delinquent room tax owed, or $100, whichever is greater. Impose a 1% monthly interest charge on all delinquent room taxes and provide for all other properly related matters. Ms. Willoughby and Mr. Wadley.
Zach, I'll take it, and then you can jump in with if I miss anything. Terry Willoughby for the record. As we are going through the process of cleaning up the collection of room tax, both from residential and commercial properties, there's been several instances when our penalty provision has proved to be prohibitive because it was a monthly cumulative penalty. So it was 10% each month. When we compared this to other jurisdictions, notably Carson and Washoe County, theirs was a one-time penalty amount and one time 10% or $100, whichever is greater. We feel like this is a fair compromise. It doesn't let people off the hook for being delinquent, but it does make sure that the penalties are not more than the principal amount that they owed. And Mr. Wadley can add anything I missed, or I'd be happy to answer any questions on this.
Mr. Chair, Zach Wadley, DA's office. The only thing that I would add is under our current penalty structure, as Ms. Willoughby said, the penalty alone can outstrip the principal amount of the tax owed relatively quickly. And if you go from a legal standpoint, if you go to try to enforce that in front of a court, you run the risk of the penalty being declared, frankly, unreasonable and being too onerous of a fine or a forfeiture with respect to the underlying tax. So as Terry said, we looked at surrounding jurisdictions. This still does impose a penalty of 10%. It also would clarify that an ongoing interest charge of 1% per month would be charged as well against the principal balance. And it's something that we feel like that we can enforce more effectively going forward. So again, this is a presentation only item since it's an introduction. There's no action that would be taken, but Terry and I can ask or can answer any questions that you have.
You're going to ask and answer any questions that we have? Oh, good. Commissioner Nelson?
Yeah, credit card companies are getting 24% and up on people who don't pay every month. I think the 1%, which is 12% a year, is a little light. I'd like to see the penalty be closer to 2% on that personally.
Further discussion? Commissioner Rice.
Ms. Willoughby, correct me if I'm wrong here, but it seems to me that these places are charging their customers the room tax and then not getting it to us. Is this trying to put a stop to that?
We want people to be, Terry Willoughby for the record, we want people to be compliant. That's the main goal. So yes, we want to make sure that there's a penalty in place, but the main goal is to get them in compliance so we can get them in our system and know who they are and then collect them going forward. So we would always collect the principal and this penalty, but then we'd have them in the system and they would be required to be current.
Thank you.
Mr. Wadley, would you like to address Mr. Nelson's comment? And then I'll get to you, Mr. Engel.
Mr. Nelson's 2% proposal is really something that's up to the board. If the appetite is there to change it from 1% to 2% each month, we can certainly make that change. We'd have to bring the ordinance back as an introduction to, because it would be a substantive change to the language of the ordinance. So under that scenario, in a year's time, you'd have a 10% penalty with a over a year, a 24% interest charge. So it's really up to the board.
Well, is that considered onerous?
Not, well, probably not. As Mr. Nelson noted, you commonly do see those types of charges from credit card companies and other financing issuers. So again, it's up to the discretion of the board.
Okay, Mr. Engels.
Where are the majority of these delinquencies coming from?
Terry Willoughby for the record. It's a variety of places. It's a lot of, and yes, they should have paid and they are collecting the money, but sometimes people don't realize that they're supposed to be remitting to us. So with the change to HDL, we are uncovering a lot more of and getting more people in compliance.
So this is coming from VHRs.
It would apply to both. We have had both instances of commercial and VHRs, yes.
I'd say go with the 2%.
Terry Willoughby for the record, I can tell you that our research was both Washoe and Carson charged 1.5% interest. Just for your information.
I can calculate 2% easier.
Agreed. All right. Any other questions, comments? If there are no other questions or comments, this is not for action. But I think the general feeling of the board is that we move it from 1% to 2%. And so we'll have to bring it back. Do we have to have a motion to bring it back? Do we continue this? It's presentation only. I think you can make the change and then bring it back.
So Mr. Chair, Zach Wadley, DA's office, I think that staff can take the direction as we understand it from the majority of the board to change the interest charge to 2% per month. We'll do that. We'll bring it back in January for an introduction.
Okay. Is that agreeable with everyone?
Yes.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay, then we can move on to item number 12, community development for possible action. Discussion regarding the possible formation of a special assessment district to acquire fire protection facilities in the Pittman Terrace subdivision in Glenbrook, Nevada. This item will include, without limitation, discussion to 1, accept as satisfactory the county engineer's report regarding the formation of the special assessment district, and 2, make provisional order to form the special assessment district by adopting resolution 2020R-116, a resolution provisionally ordering the acquisition of water and fire protection facilities in the Pittman Terrace subdivision to ensure adequate fire protection capacity. Mr. Hutchings.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for the record, Jeremy Hutchings with Douglas County Engineering, and try to share my screen here if I'm not doing that already. Okay. So yeah, this is the Pittman Terrace provisional order to form the special assessment district. So in the January 23rd board meeting, the board gave direction to staff to go ahead with forming the special assessment district. It's up here, generally shown on the, what I'm circling here on the right near Glenbrook. The purpose of the district is to acquire the water system for firefighting enhancement in the Pittman Terrace area. And the purpose of this agenda item is just to review the staff report and give direction to staff to go ahead with the advertising that's necessary and noticing the people to be part of the district. And then it'd be considered for actual adoption down in the January 21st meeting, if everything's found satisfactory. So just a brief overview here. The yellow parcels show a map of the district. There are 22 member parcels. The water line is just a dry line, a standpipe that the fire district's boat can hook up to and pump up to a hydrant. So this would just be normally just a dry line, no water in it, non-potable. The assessment based on the numbers per member parcel is 847.49. That's a number a little bit different than in your board packet, and I'll address that in a moment. The period assessment will be 10 years. And again, 22 member parcels as shown in the yellow highlight here in the Pittman Terrace neighborhood. So on the financial side, there's basically three components to the cost. For the total cost, there's the initial acquisition cost, $185,346.49. At the internal review committee meeting yesterday, it was suggested that we add a nominal maintenance fee of $5 annually per member parcel, which equates to about $1,100 total. And then a small rounding issue of $1.31 brings a total of $186,447.80. The main difference between what's shown in your packet is this maintenance fee for the $1,100. That would be repaid to the county over the next 10 years, but the funding source is identified as coming out of the general fund to cover this initial capital costs. And then the amended recommendation is basically is here in front of you, and I've noted here where I'll correct the number if approved by the board here to include that maintenance. I'll correct the numbers in your board packet for the noticing, and then for the final board item in January 21st meeting. So that's about it here. Eric Gavon is the fire marshal up at Tahoe Fire District, and you heard the importance of that. This was approved by this board in January to go forward with this, and this is just the first meeting to make that happen, to adopt that provisional resolution. That's it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from board members?
Yeah, Chair.
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Was this that guy that put in that standpipe and the hydrant on his own initially?
Yes.
Yes, Chris Sauer is the gentleman, Commissioner Engels.
Yeah. So this is making it formal.
Right. Yep. This is the next step in making it formal. There's one more meeting to make it.
No, but I mean the engineering and the standpipe and all this, rather than this guy taking it upon himself. I mean, I don't blame him, but anyway, okay, I know what it is.
I have a question, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Rice.
Have all of the residents in this area been notified, and has there been any comments from them? I haven't seen anything.
I can answer that, Commissioner Rice. No, so because there's two readings here of this issue, this one is just for you guys, the board today, to review my report, and then the next step for me is to notice. So each each 22 member parcel will get a letter of the noticing, and then we'll also notice it in the paper, and then they will get a chance to make their comments at the 21st meeting. January 21st meeting, I misspoke.
So we, by taking the recommended motion, we are not actually, at this point, imposing this upon the residents. Is that correct?
Correct. So, and I see Sam Taylor on the line, and I think Carrie Rosser, also the DA, has been helping me with this. The way I understand the state statute is it takes the provisional order first, which is here, and then I'll go forward as if it's approved to notice the member parcels and the public. And then at the January 21st meeting, if the public gets their chance to make that public comment and oppose it or agree with it, and then the board makes another vote to actually form the assessment district.
How much of this money is going to go to repay the person who took it upon himself to have this built?
How much should the money? Well, so we would pay him for those. Okay, let me the cost there. Let me see if I can share my screen again. So that would be that acquisition cost, because that's what he's incurred. The maintenance and that rounding error would be an additional assessment to recover the county's cost, essentially for maintaining that system for that 10-year period. So to answer your question specifically, I believe the acquisition cost, the 185,346.49, would be going back to Mr. Sauer, I believe.
I know I've talked to the fire marshal up there, who was very in favor of this project because there were no working fire hydrants in the entire area. So I would assume that by doing this, the homeowners insurance and fire protection will be going down for all of those parcels that will be serviced by this standpipe.
Well, I can't speak to in their insurance rates specifically, but I can say that their fire protection is very much enhanced by that private improvement that's in the public right of way.
Now, is this the one that the fire department has to bring their fireboat up to and then connect to it so that this has water?
Correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Engels.
I like this guy's initiative. If the county did this, it would probably be 300K. So I say reimburse them.
Well, we'd have to have an engineer, that's for sure. Yeah. Any other questions? If there are no more questions, then next course would be to consider a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll take that on. I move that we accept one, accept as satisfactory the county engineer's report regarding the formation of the special assessment district, and 2, adopt resolution 2020-R-116, a resolution provisionally ordering the acquisition of water and fire protection facilities in the Pittman Terrace subdivision to ensure adequate fire protection capacity as presented and as modified by the county engineer for the additional $1,000 maintenance per year.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Engels. And these special assessment districts are considered tax districts, is that correct?
Maybe if the DA can help us out.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. They're not taxing districts. An assessment is sent out and it can be put on the tax roll, but it's not like a tax. And I think what you're referring to is like a general improvement district. They're not the same thing.
All right. So we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh and a second by Commissioner Rice. Was that correct?
No, sir.
Who seconded it?
John.
Okay, Mr. Engels, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, second by Commissioner Engels. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And any nays? No nays. The motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 13. Discussion to approve resolution 2020R-109, a petition for a landscape maintenance district for the Ashlin Park subdivision in accordance with Douglas County Code 20.470. If approved, the landscape maintenance district will fund the maintenance of improvements within the proposed landscape areas of the subdivision, including a perimeter wall and landscaping along the frontage on Muller Parkway and a portion of Toller Lane. The Ashlin Park subdivision, if approved, will consist of 190 privately owned individual units and 2 dedicated landscape lots. The subject site is located in the Gardnerville Community Plan at 1424 Toller Lane on the north side of Toller Lane between Harvest Avenue and Decker Road. The property owner is Matt Carter, represented by Keith Rubin, R.O. Anderson Engineering, APN 1320-34-002-001. Keith Rubin representing the applicant, Sam Booth for Community Development, 20-minute presentation approximately. And whoever's going first. Mr. Booth?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Penzel and Commissioners. Sam Booth, Planning Manager for the record.
Got the wrong.
Excuse me. Let's see.
You don't need to.
There we are. As the chairman, just wanted to start out my presentation by discussing what a landscape maintenance district is. Douglas County Code 20.4. Douglas County Code 20.470 describes that the purpose of a landscape maintenance district is to allow an applicant that has a residential subdivision to petition the county to, instead of creating an HOA, to assume the maintenance of perimeter landscaping, public lighting, security walls, trails, parks, or open spaces, which provide a public benefit. And in the provisions of that same section of code, it talks about that the ownership of and maintenance of that property will be by the county and or ownership by common with the county and the applicant and all future owners of the property within the development. The county may provide maintenance or contract to provide the maintenance for that area if the petition is approved. So with that, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the site address and everything already. It is located on the map to the right here. You can see outlined in blue, but it's north of Toller Lane, just east of Chichester subdivision, and the address is 1424 Toller Lane. The zoning of the property is single family residential 8,000 with a planned development overlay. And that zoning was just approved at your December 3rd meeting for 190 single family units. So there was a planned development overlay, zoning map and subdivision map that were approved. This is the development plan that was approved for the site. And I have called out a few things just on this image here. As you mentioned in the title of the item, there are 2 open space public facility parcels that are going to be dedicated to the town of Gardnerville. One is a detention pond, and the other is an open space parcel that'll give access through to Stodic Park, and the town of Gardnerville will receive that as well from the applicant. There's also a portion along Toller Lane that has yet to be approved by the county Parks Board, but the discussion there is that this would be an extension of the parking area for Stodic Park, and that was included in the application and of course the development plan. What we're discussing today is the maintenance for the landscaping that this map is turned on its side. So north is to the left of the image here. This would be the east side of the development along Muller Parkway and the outside of the development. And so I have that highlighted in red there. This is the entire east side of the subdivision. and from Toller Lane all the way to the north end of the property. With the first phase of development, the applicant will be constructing Muller Parkway, the roundabout that you see in this image, and then the improvements, the sidewalks along Muller Parkway. And so the landscape maintenance district is for the landscaping that is proposed within a 5-foot section outside of what would be a 6-foot perimeter wall. I've got some images here of this. Of course, the wall here at the top of the image, there will be 2 kind of entrance features to the subdivision with some landscaping around the entrance there. In the center of this image here, very small, let me see if I can zoom in for you, is a cross section of Muller Parkway. And this was in the applicant's submittal and in your packet. But what the area that we're talking about is the far left side of this image, very small over here. So there would be a 6-foot perimeter wall on the outside of the subdivision facing Muller Parkway. And there was some discussion at the subdivision approval about the need for a perimeter wall. I believe the applicant had also desired to have that to buffer those homes from the area. So outside of that wall, within the first 5 feet, before we get to the 5-foot wide sidewalk, there would be landscaping. And that's what the applicant is petitioning, is for that landscaping to be maintained by a landscape maintenance district. You can see just at the bottom of the image here is just the image the applicant has submitted for the landscaping along the outside of that wall. So the findings for approval of a landscape maintenance district, they're in your packet in the resolution to be approved today. Packet pages 556 and 557. There are findings that need to be approved, findings A through F. Staff believes that those findings have been met for the approval. The community development staff has reviewed the design and approved the preliminary design. It was submitted with the subdivision application. Additionally, the community services director, Scott Morgan, has reviewed the application. We've had conversations with him about this, and he's indicated a willingness to take on the maintenance of the landscaping. And so therefore, staff recommends that the board approve the petition for the landscape maintenance district. And of course, I have a recommended motion when you're ready for it. I also believe the applicant is on the line and may be able to speak further to this item.
All right. Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Sam Taylor on behalf of Douglas County DAs. I just wanted to clarify something with Mr. Booth. The landscape maintenance district parcel includes the wall, does it not, Sam?
So excuse me, Sam Booth for the record. So the discussions with the applicant is that the wall will actually be the very edge of the landscape maintenance district. I think it was their original intention that the wall would be included in that. And as we talked to community services and Scott Morgan, Scott had said that he is okay with maintaining the landscaping and the surface of the wall, but doesn't want to take over maintenance of the wall itself. And so the applicant will have to decide what they do with the maintenance of the wall, whether that's the HOA or how they're going to do that. But so the front face of the wall is going to be the actual line of the district. So it will start from the face of the wall going out to that sidewalk 5 feet.
Okay, so we would be responsible for the face of the wall, the county would?
That's correct. If the petition's approved, yes. That was a discussion that community services would be able to take care of things like graffiti or sealing the wall, cracks, grout repair, anything else like that. But not for reconstructing the wall itself if a car goes through that or something like that happens.
Okay, one final question. And the applicant is amenable to creating an HOA to take care of the maintenance of the wall aside from the face itself?
I defer to the applicant on that, but as I'm talking it through, Sam, I'm remembering that I think their discussions actually are that what they may do is that the parcel lines are going to be that the wall is on each property of those homeowners that back up to that wall. And so it would be up to each of those properties to maintain the wall themselves. And I, again, would defer to the applicant to speak if that's their intention or not.
Is Mr. Rubin speaking for the applicant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that's a correct representation that the discussions we've had so far, based on Mr. Morgan's limitations in wall maintenance, would be that those would be the ownership would be each individual parcel, and that we would require in the CCNRs that those homeowners also maintain a part of their homeowners policy insurance of the wall itself. And so, yeah, to answer the question, yes.
So in sum, the homeowner would be responsible for a payment to the homeowners association and the wall,
no,
and his or her share of the landscape maintenance district.
No, there
Oh,
would
and
not.
they might also have a mortgage they have to pay, and they'd have to pay for water and sewer. You're gonna make it all affordable, huh?
That's not correct. So there would not be an association, so there would be no association payment. The only payment there would be for the landscape maintenance district.
There's no HOA.
No, our plans to have no HOA.
So who's maintaining the roads inside the development?
Well, the roads inside the development are maintained by the town of Gardnerville.
By the what?
Town of Gardnerville.
Okay. And there's no CCNRs?
There could be, and I expect there would be CCNRs, but that does not necessitate an HOA.
Okay.
Could I share my screen just for 1 second too? I want to point something out for the board's consideration on this as well. So if you can see my screen, oh, maybe now. Okay. So this area in here is where we're proposing that landscape maintenance district. This is on the outside of the wall that borders Muller Parkway. So Muller Parkway, because it's a collector road, or actually maybe a minor arterial road, is the responsibility for maintenance is Douglas County. So Douglas County is responsible for the landscape parkway, as we call it, on both sides of the road, and also the median parkway in the middle of the road. Those are all responsibilities of the county. So the thinking was, it's better to have one entity actually maintain from the wall all the way out than having two separate, and more cost effective to have one company do this, and then Scott Morgan or a contractor would do all of that. So it's really just to have one company come in and perform common maintenance for that entire roadway. And then have the HOA, of course, fund its portion of that maintenance. That's really
there wasn't going to be an HOA.
Yeah. Or excuse me, the LMD. You got me thinking HOA, no, Mr. Penzel. But yeah, so the landscape maintenance district would fund that small portion of the landscaping that goes along the wall. We've had, we did a cost estimate based on our landscape architect's estimate, and I can tell you from my conversations with Scott that the county, because of just the efficiencies that they'll derive from doing all the maintenance, can do it probably much cheaper than an individual HOA could do. We also explored this on another project, a little bit smaller in area in Minden for the I think it was the villages, and the costs were, because of the small area, the contractor we contracted did want quite a bit of money to do that work. So it is better if you can gain those efficiencies, so to speak. Thank you.
Okay, questions from the board?
Chair.
Mr. Walsh.
I'm still confused. If a car runs into that wall, or if a meteor hits that wall, who pays for it?
The individual property owner.
The individual property owner. Okay, thank you.
Just like it would if it were a fence, if it was a wood fence, which you see in a lot of subdivisions.
Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Engels, go ahead.
So basically on the outside of the wall, the county is responsible for weeds and the graffiti and everything on that side of the wall. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I'm saying that that area has to be landscaped by the developer. So with each final map, these areas have to be landscaped and irrigated. And
then you guys cut and run, and the county's left holding the bag, right?
Not quite exactly. There is funding mechanism from LMD that pays the county, so I don't think it's cut and run.
Well, I just want to know what we're voting on here.
Well, yeah, and I'm trying to explain it. It's basically the installation of this landscaping goes in first. It's approved by the Parks Department. Generally goes through, and we use the same equipment that they'll use throughout this whole Muller Parkway, and it gives them the ability to provide tie-ins for the water services and electrical services for the controllers are all tied together, and then the homeowners pay the county for maintaining that small strip, and it provides benefits, I think, definitely to the homeowners because they don't have to individually contract for it, and they don't need to form an association.
Okay, so the county has all the interior roads and everything else.
No, Mr. Engels, the town of Gardnerville has the interior roads. The only obligation the county has two actually. Muller Parkway. Muller Parkway is maintained by the county, or will be, and I believe the road Toller Road, I believe, is a county road as well, if I'm not mistaken, today.
Okay, so the town of Gardnerville maintains the roads, and the homeowner is on the inside of the house, of the wall, and the outside of the wall is the county. I got this straight?
That's correct.
That's weird, but anyway.
Commissioner Nelson.
I guess my question is, if we don't go along with this, then what is the developer going to do? His plan B.
So there's a couple things going on, Mr. Nelson. I want to also note that there is an intermediate step. So if the county staff or if the county community services department does not want to do the LMD, which is contrary to what we've heard so far, but if they choose not to do that, the town of Gardnerville has actually put in their approval, they would consider it. So the town of Gardnerville would also like to be considered to be able to provide the maintenance for the LMD fee. Now, if the county wants to forego that option by not approving this today, we would form an association. We'd have no choice but to form an association.
And right now, the county is the only one that is involved in any LMD. Is that correct?
Correct. There's one LMD over in Montera, I believe.
Right. Okay. So the county does have experience with it.
Yes.
Do you know what the cost per month is for that?
For the one in Montera?
Yeah.
I think it's $14.
Okay. Questions further from the board?
Chair, I'd like to get the input from Nielsen and somebody on the side of Gardnerville before we vote on this. This is kind of weird. So, because in the future, there's going to be, he said, they said, we said, somebody's going to knock out that wall. Who's responsible? It's going to go around and around. Before we vote, I'd like a little bit further discussion. Can we take this and move it out to next year and get Nelson or somebody from the town of Gardnerville to discuss this thing with us?
Well, if you make a motion to continue it and everybody goes along with it, that would happen.
Okay, I'll do that.
Any other comments?
Does anybody else I'm not going to go through all this if nobody wants to do it, but if we can get some kind of an agreement that, let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, John, I go along with you. I think we need more information on this before we make any votes on it personally.
Okay.
I would third that. I agree with you, John.
Okay. All right. So here we go. I move that resolution 2020R-109, a petition for a landscape maintenance district for the Ashlin Park subdivision in accordance with the Douglas County Code 20.470 be moved to 2021 for further discussion with the Township of Gardnerville.
Second.
Okay. Just to make sure everybody understands, it's not moved, it's continued. Okay.
Continue. Yeah.
Okay. So with that one correction, you agree?
Yes, I agree with that one correction.
Mr. Taylor.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Sam Taylor again for Douglas County DAs. I'd recommend making it to a date specific, specifically the next meeting, or like the January 21st meeting, something like that.
Mr. Taylor, I would agree on that, but there's going to be quite a bit of confusion coming up with getting new commissioners on and sworn in and all of the other ancillary things. And if we set a specific date, let's say the next 60 days, can we do that?
You could do a next regularly scheduled meeting within the next 60 days.
Okay.
Whichever one you decide to do, that would be appropriate as well.
Yeah, because I just got a feeling it's going to be a lot of confusion next month.
Okay, so you're amending your motion to use the words of Mr. Taylor, is that correct? And does the second agree?
Second agrees.
All right, any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? No nays. So the motion carries 5-0. Now moving on to item 14. For possible action. Discussion on the possible approval of resolution 2020R-120 approving the Buckeye Farm specific plan, which will allow 2,218 dwelling units, including land for single-family, multifamily, mixed-use commercial, neighborhood commercial, agriculture, and open space uses on 1,044 acres of land located within the Minden and Gardnerville community plans. The subject property is generally located east of Hayborn Road, a north-south of Hayborn Road, north and south of Buckeye Road, and north of Toller Lane. The property owner is Park Ranch Holdings, LLC, APNs 1320-33-001-012, 1320-33-001-009, 1320-2800-022, 1320-28-000-027, 1320-28-000-029, 1320-29-601-003, 1320-28-000-023, 1320-29-501-002, 1320-20-00-018, 1320-20-00-017, 1320-21-000-015, 1320-21-000-014, 1320-20-000-016, 1320-34-001-028, 1320-33-001-030, 001-015-132-033 001-013-132-033-001-132-033-011 1320-33-001-010 1320-210-000-016 1320-28-000-31-031 1320-28-000-208 1320-28-000-017 1320-28-000-030 1320-28-000-025 1320-28-000-024 1320-32-501-020 1320-32-501-021 1320-33-001-016 1320-29-000-015 and a portion of APN 1320-27-002-035. Mr. Rubin representing the applicant, Mr. Booth representing Community Development.
Chair, could you read those again? I think you missed one.
But here's the advantage, Mr. Engels. You all get to repeat them. Thank you, and we'll move on. Mr. Walsh usually follows what I've been reading and would indicate if I have read any of them wrong. Mr.
It all
Walsh?
sounded good. It all sounded good to me.
Okay, so we're good to go. And Mr. Engels, if you want, we can reread them and you can do it.
No, I mean, we're well into happy hour here. Let's go.
All right, I'm with you 100%. More than that. Okay, so we now have a presentation by Mr. Booth and Mr. Rubin. Please, whoever's going to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Sam Booth, Planning Manager, for the record. Appreciate you reading those APNs, sir. This project we have is for the Buckeye Farm specific plan. The existing master plan designation of those APNs that you just read is receiving area. That's highlighted in the image on your screen in red. The existing zoning of most of this property is A19, and a portion of the property, small portion, is RA5, rural agriculture 5 acre. There are various flood zones, X unshaded, X shaded. We have an AO1, AO2, and a small portion of AE floodway on the property. The specific plan proposed includes development of 2,218 dwelling units, including land plan for single family, multifamily, mixed use commercial, neighborhood commercial, as well as agricultural and open space uses. You can see the conceptual sketch of the plan that's included in their specific plan here on the screen. And you can see the different types of uses, that there is going to be a mixed use commercial downtown or center area to the development there with a pedestrian street, that those commercial buildings, as well as maybe some residential aspect to it, would front on the pedestrian center there. That the areas in yellow are primarily the residential, single family residential. There's a small portion that would be multifamily residential. You can see around the perimeter edge of the development, just about all the way around the development, that there is native pasture areas, primarily, excuse me, to protect existing floodplain, and there are trails. The plan calls out for ag meanders, kind of a meandering trail that will connect each of these neighborhoods in the open space and pasture areas. Each of the neighborhoods individually has their own kind of pocket park. And I believe the applicant can speak to how they've designed these to be walkable neighborhoods and all to be within a certain walking distance of nearest amenities, neighborhood commercial stores, or that mixed use downtown, or the nearest park and trail. Additionally, on the outside of the development, the east and portion of the north side of the development is Muller Parkway. And you can see that just on the outside of the drawing here. But overall, you can see kind of the green on the map is that open space, farmland, pasture areas. There's also a teaching farm that has an inclusion for the potential of public facilities, whether it be a fire station or county government offices, police station, any of those types of public facilities. There's a village center, agritourism, neighborhood commercial, as well as you can see in the corner of the site there is a neighborhood commercial designed to be, potentially a anchor store, maybe a grocery store to serve the development, something like that. But overall, about 44% of the site as designed is proposed as farmland or open space. The applicant is proposing 5 phases of development over 6 years per phase. So we're talking about a 30-year planned development timeline over those 5 phases. You can see just highlighted again here in the yellowish color, kind of yellow with the dashed line through it, is phase 1, which would include about 438 units. To the east of that would be phase 2, about 565 units. Phase 3 moves further to the north and about 324 units. The applicant has indicated, and we have the project conditioned, that the native pasture areas that you see in that bluish color around the edge of the development would be conserved with the first phase of development and preserved, and as well as the village center farm. So just to recap a little bit of background on the site itself, in 2019, a master plan amendment was approved to establish that new receiving area on 1,044 acres of land owned by Park Ranch Holdings. Subsequent to the receiving area being approved, a development agreement was approved between the county and Park Ranch that capped the development potential on the land at 2,500 units. Other provisions in the development agreement included the dedication of the right-of-way from Muller Parkway, as well as conservation of the Clobber Ranch, which includes about 115 acres along the Carson River. And there's some wording in the development agreement that the first transfer of development rights must come from the Clobber Ranch, essentially saying that the Clobber Ranch needs to be conserved before any development happens on the site. And I would note that as you can see, the development agreement capped the units on the receiving area at 2,500 units. The applicant is proposing 2,218 units. That combined with approximately 80 units of Ashlin Park that were in the newly established receiving area would result in about 202 unused units below that 2,500 cap that the applicant is not pursuing. And so just to point out that they have the development agreement capping them at 2,500 units. They are building about 200 units less than that in total. So also just to recap, what is a specific plan? Douglas County Code describes that a specific plan is required for any development in excess of 160 acres in areas shown on the master plan land use map as receiving area. So as we just said, this is receiving area. As you just read, there are quite a few APNs and parcels there, 1,044 acres. So it is over that 160 acre threshold, and a specific plan is required for the development of the site by county code. Additionally, the county code states that a specific plan situated in a receiving area may increase the allowed residential densities by acquiring transfer development rights. Those development rights that the applicant's going to be acquiring, they've detailed in their plan where those will be coming from. I've just recapped. The first ones will need to come from the conservation of Clobber Ranch. Additionally, there's about 9,000 acres that the applicant has identified in South Douglas County that would be conserved. One of the largest holdings of acreage like that in floodplain, in some native, or not native, but sensitive wildlife areas. And I believe that's where they're going to be bringing most of their TDRs from. The applicant in total is going to need to bring in 2,538 TDRs with the proposed development. On the screen here, I've got a calculation of that. I discussed that with the Planning Commission. You may have seen in the minutes, I botched my discussion with the Planning Commission a bit there because of a miscalculation I had at the time. But we did have the total number, that 2,538, correctly in the specific plan and in the report. Essentially, the applicant's proposing 2,218 units, residential units, excuse me. And if we subtract away 100 units that are going to be within the mixed-use commercial area, and we also subtract the 63 base density units that come with that A19 zoning across that 1,000 acres, we're left with 2,055 TDRs for the residential density. And then Douglas County Code requires that commercial development requires 10 units, 10 TDRs per acre. And the applicant's proposing 38.3 acres of neighborhood commercial and 10 acres of mixed use commercial. So a total of 48.3 acres of commercial zoning, which would require an additional 483 TDRs for the commercial areas. So the 2,055 TDRs for the residential component and the 483 TDRs for the commercial component is how we get to the 2,538 TDRs required. Would also like to point out, obviously you can tell it's a very large number. To date in the county's transfer development rights program that's been in effect since 2000, we have certified 3,975 TDRs total. So this would be a large portion of new development rights being certified, and a very large jumpstart to the TDR program. The findings for approval of the specific plan are within your packets on pages 711 through 715. And there are findings, and I would just like to just walk through those quickly with you here. The first finding for approval of the specific plan is that the location of the development and the proposed conditions under which it will be operated or maintained is consistent with the goals and policies embodied in the master plan. And staff and the Planning Commission both believe this finding is met. So again, the site has recently been designated as receiving area in the 2019 master plan land use amendment. And so it is consistent with that receiving area designation and what code allows for the receiving area. They will be using the TDR program as intended in the master plan and as described. And it's consistent with multiple goals and policies in the master plan. Would note, I believe I heard under opening public comment, a question about the master plan goals and policies that I had within the staff report. And I would also agree with that, that comment that was made that basically I analyzed the 2011 master plan at the time, and that my staff report I had submitted with this item the night after the Planning Commission approved this and made their recommendation to the commissioners. That was last Tuesday, the 8th. And on Wednesday, the 9th, as you guys well know, the 2020 master plan was approved. So in accordance with that, I've evaluated the goals and policies within the 2020 master plan that's now effective, and would just walk through those with you quickly. I do believe it's consistent with many goals and policies within the current adopted master plan. The first and foremost being land use goal number 1, which says to retain the beauty, the natural setting, resources, and the rural agricultural character of the county while providing opportunities for managed growth and development. As we've talked about, there's going to be a large amount of land, 44% of the subject site that's going to be conserved, as well as those many thousands of acres through the TDR program that are conserved. So I think it's being consistent with the natural setting and the agricultural character of the county. The fact that they're describing this project as an agri-hood that will be have an agricultural component and teaching farm within it. And it is obviously providing opportunities for managed growth and development. We're talking about growth or the potential for development on the site for the next 30 years of the expansion of the town of Minden. So ag goal number 2 is protect and expand open space and natural areas while allowing development that acknowledges and enhances those agricultural areas. Again, same comments I think that would apply to. Agricultural goal number 4 is to protect sensitive wildlife, vegetation, and habitat. And we've talked about how I believe that would meet that goal as well. Agricultural goal number 5 is protect and encourage ranching, farming, agricultural activities, and supportive industries. And I think that's exactly the intention of the agrihood concept, and what the applicant will speak further to in their presentation is that this is to encourage farming and agricultural activities and to support farmers and ranchers in their establishment, maybe even new farmers or new ranchers. Policy A3, which is from the agricultural element of the plan, is that development shall be designed to minimize the amount of newly created impervious surfaces, and the open spaces and landscaped areas shall be encouraged. Again, there's quite a few open space and landscape areas within the development. And I've even talked about how they're designing the downtown mixed use corridor to be a pedestrian friendly greenway rather than a street. I think it's reducing impervious surfaces, with those type of design elements. Policy A7 from the agricultural element is that it will buffer water bodies, or is that we should, buffer water bodies, wetlands, and riparian areas from development. I've also described to you how the outer edges of the development that are within the floodplain primarily are being preserved as that native pasture area. Just a few more for you. Policy A21 from the agricultural element is to support and encourage developments which include a commitment to farmland and open space preservation, which we believe this project does. Production of agricultural products, preservation of our ag history, and provide economic, social, and environmental values to the community. Policy E13 from the economic development element says to promote agricultural tourism as a way to link ag production and processing with tourism in order to promote local businesses. I think, again, the applicant will describe that is exactly their intent with this agrihood type concept, is to promote the rich agricultural heritage we have in Douglas County and the farming heritage of the Park Ranch, as well as to promote new and inventive types of agricultural production that may bring new tourists here to check that out for themselves, to buy local produce, those type of things, and all of which is going to promote local businesses. Growth and housing goal number 2 from the master plan says to direct development to locations within or adjacent to existing communities where public services, facilities can easily be provided and a sense of community created or enhanced. This will be adjacent to the town of Minden. That is, I believe, why the receiving area was established last year in 2019, because this is an area that can be served by sewer and water and other public utilities. This is not an expansion far outside of the downtown of Minden and Gardnerville. To move on to the next one here, we have public facilities goal number 3, which is to ensure the timely provision of community facilities, services, infrastructure, and requiring that new development pays its fair share of the cost for public services in the facilities needing to serve it. So we've outlined in the staff report and in the plan itself, the applicant does each of the parks, the open space areas, greenways that they're going to be creating and dedicating, the right-of-way for each of the roads that will be established through the development. They'll be dedicating that right-of-way as one of the first phases of the development. And of course, they'll be installing the infrastructure and the facilities that's going to be serving each phase of the development. Additionally, that'll be reviewed as each plan development moves forward and each subdivision moves forward through the process of approval. The final one that I had called out here is public facilities goal number 4, which says to preserve and enhance public lands throughout the county and promote a broad distribution of connectivity of trails, parks, open spaces, natural areas, and habitat and recreational resources. Again, they're not only preserving lands on the property and creating trails, parks, and open spaces on the site itself, but the preservation of the Clobber Ranch along the Carson River, a dedication of a right-of-way for a trail along the Clobber Ranch as part of the development agreement, and the conservation of that large amount of acreage in South Douglas County, preserving sensitive habitats and recreational resources in those areas. So many goals and policies, I believe, of the 2020 master plan that can definitely be furthered by this project. So we believe that first finding is made in the affirmative. Finding B is that the development is in accordance with the purposes and objectives of this title, Title 20, and in particular will further the purposes stated for each zoning district. So the specific plan is not currently accompanied by a zoning map amendment to change the zoning of the property, but it will require approval of future zoning amendments in order to effectuate the plan. And the plan is being submitted to show a future concept of the site, of that receiving area, and to propose densities on the land. And the conceptual plan submitted includes proposed development that meets the purposes and densities of the zoning districts that we currently have in code once amended or if amended with future applications. Finding C is that the development conforms to the adequate public facilities policies of this title. The specific plan only includes conceptual development plans. Approval of the plan will require future submittals to review the sufficient quality to assess the adequate public facilities with each phase of development. The commissioners, the planning commission will be able to review each of those subdivisions or plan developments on their own as they come forward. However, at this time, staff does find that the plan conforms with the adequate public facilities policies of Title 20 and provides the following information, which is that, again, that no development can be approved and the plan cannot move further unless it's designed to meet standards for water, wastewater, drainage, and transportation. And we've outlined a description of that in the staff report. So finding D is that the applicant or the development will not be detrimental to the health, safety, welfare of persons residing or working in or adjacent to such a development, and that it will not be detrimental to the properties or improvements in the vicinity of the general welfare of the county. Again, there's no evidence that staff has that the modification or the specific plan will result in any prejudice to surrounding properties. The Buckeye Farm specific plan, again, is an agri-hood type development serving to promote, preserve, and incorporate agriculture and farming as the master plan, and the county is, many times designated as a high priority and being important to Douglas County, and that this new development will be an expansion area for the towns of Minden and Gardnerville, again, allowing growth of the towns in the future. And in a balanced way as each of these phases moves forward. And the last finding that we have is that the applicant has demonstrated the ability to provide transfer development rights to meet the project phasing. As I've indicated, the applicants pointed us to several areas where they will be providing the TDRs from the Clobber Ranch and that acreage in the South Douglas County. And we've outlined and conditioned that they will be required to bring 2,538 TDRs to effectuate the total build out of the plan. So the other point that I would make is that each of the towns and the Planning Commission have approved this specific plan. On December 1st, the town of Gardnerville recommended approval of the plan with conditions by a 4-to-1 vote. On December 2nd, the town of Minden recommended approval of the plan by a 4-to-0 vote. There was one abstention. And on December 8th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the plan with conditions by a 4-to-2 vote. It was member Acola and Casey that voted nay in that instance. And member Bryce Klutz was absent, had to leave the meeting prior, or was not there for the meeting. So in conclusion, the staff and the Planning Commission believe the findings may be made for approval of the specific plan, and the staff and the Planning Commission recommend the board approve resolution 2020-R-120. That concludes my presentation, Mr. Chair, and Keith Rubin is available, I believe, to make a presentation for the applicant.
Mr. Rubin, what can you add to the presentation?
hard to add, hard to follow that up, but I'll try. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Keith Rubin, for the record, R.O. Anderson Engineering. With me today on the line is Rob Anderson, Principal Engineer, David Park, property owner, and also Darren Jaffe, Farmer D Consulting, whose group prepared many of the exhibits and the plan details that we're going to go through right now. He's also, I would say, the expert in the agri-hood farming concept. So I'm going to ask any questions regarding that about that specifically. We direct those to Darren. So just to begin, a specific plan is a planning document, basically a master plan level document required to be filed for any development in excess of 160 acres within a receiving area land use as shown in the county master plan. This area also includes the realigned Muller Parkway. I want to point out the Muller Parkway right-of-way has been dedicated to the county by the property owner. Using transferable development rights, this project will protect over 9,000 acres of land in South Douglas County using conservation easements, and as Mr. Booth pointed out, also the Clobber Ranch in the Carson Valley. Of the 1,044 acres within the specific plan, 448 are dedicated to farming, ranching, and pasture. 35 acres is dedicated to neighborhood and regional parks, and 106 acres is dedicated to the village farm greenways, trails, and buffer areas. So when you take all those together, actually 56% of the site is maintained in some form of open space, whether it be a farm, trail, park, public use. The total residential unit count is 2,218 units, which gives us an average density of 4.87 units per acre for the village area, or an overall density of 2.1 acres for the receiving area. Restoring and strengthening the farming heritage of the local community, this development proposal seeks to reinforce local agriculture, promote local industry, and provide housing for the growing community. Using this illustrative plan as the framework for the specific plan, the following is just kind of an overview, which is envisioned to provide ample recreational opportunities for the greater community and set the bar for appropriate development in the region that conserves working lands and enhances the beauty of the natural environment and accommodates strategic growth. This slide provides an overview of the open space provided within the plan. And as I just stated, 448 acres of farming, ranching, pasture, 35 acres of neighborhood regional parks, 106 acres of greenways and trails. Each of the open space components has its own vision plan, which are outlined as follows. We have the community farms. These are the 3 community farms, which total 162.5 acres within the specific plan. Each of these farms has a different function within the plan as outlined in the vision statements. The Gateway Farm, which is located approximately where Zero Lane Road would come in, is developed in phase 1 and is where the showcase gardens will be located, highlighting seasonal produce, sustainable farming techniques, unique approaches to small-scale organic farming, workshops, community garden plots, and these vision statements go through and again look at each one of these elements. The Village Center and Teaching Farm, located on the opposite end of a pedestrian promenade that ties in the Gateway Farm. This is the main production farm, which is actually a collection of several small-scale artisanal organic farms. And again, this one is envisioned to feature educational programming, ecotourism, seasonal farm stands, and weekly farmers markets. The Teaching Farm, which is located on the north side of Buckeye Road, is planned to support the K-12 programs as well as the community college. However, this area has been made available to Douglas County for the site of a future government center campus as well. There are neighborhood parks located in every phase of the development that make up approximately 23 acres of land area. The size of these parks vary between 1 acre neighborhood parks and 6 acre parks with more amenities. Facilities envisioned to include community swimming pools, splash pads, and supportive facilities such as clubhouses, children's play areas, off-leash dog parks, skate parks, public art opportunities. The Buckeye Preserve area is a 12-acre regional park site that anchors the trail system. The regional park is intended to be a regional destination serving the greater Douglas County with large event spaces. It's also the trailhead for the proposed Buckeye Creek Trail, which is in the Trail Master Plan that serves Minden all the way to the Pine Nut Mountains. This will also serve as an environmental learning center focused on natural features and endemic species of the Carson Valley. 285 acres of the specific plan is dedicated to pasture areas and passive stormwater management. These sites will receive redirected flood flows and will continue to be actively ranched by the park family as pasture area and may provide other agricultural opportunities as well. There are throughout the project a series of village farm greenway trails varying between 80 feet to 100 feet in width, with paved multi-use paths that serve as both internal greenways, which homes front on, in addition to providing connecting trails to the Ag Meander trail system, which is this. This is a farm-focused trail that enables walkers, runners, cyclists, and kids and strollers to interact with and easily connect with the farm amenities and open space destinations. The meander is anchored by the open spaces, native pasture, the village center teaching farm, and the gateway farms. It's envisioned to be basically a DG path between 10 to 12 feet wide with intermittent bench seating at strategic locations to take advantage of the shade trail crossings and scenic vistas. In the development area, there's 5 separate neighborhoods. In the way it's proposed now is each would be entitled as a separate plan development. It could also be entitled as an expansion of the original plan development, but the discussion was each one would be separate. It would be interconnected with the 80 feet wide trail system and would include 38 acres of neighborhood commercial, 10 acres of mixed use commercial, 1,632 single family residential lots varying in lot size between 6,000 to 9,000 square feet, 350 traditional neighborhood development lots varying between 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, and 136 multifamily units, 50 of which are dedicated as affordable housing under Title 20, and 100 mixed-use commercial, basically multifamily units are associated with the MUC. Each of the proposed neighborhood commercial nodes have their own vision statement, focusing on neighborhoods serving commercial with farm-based focus, as you can see in this area, which is in the adjacent to Muller, farm shop, weekly farmers market venue, farm restaurant, things of that nature. The village center is also adjacent to Muller, and Hayborn Road extended as a possible grocery store or other anchor brewery or beer garden, food-based vending with various seating arrangements. And then the neighborhood commercial, which is off of Muller and Buckeye near the intersection, would be basically a mix of local serving neighborhood commercial uses. The mixed use commercial area is focused on the basically what we call the Farm Artisan Center, which is a pedestrian or promenade that connects the Gateway Farm to the Village Center Farm. And on each side is the mixed use commercial. It's 10 acres in size, has a density of 10 units per acre, and is envisioned to be vertically oriented mixed use commercial, the mix of restaurants, artisanal shops, weekend farmers market, and a maker's row. Most of the 236 units of multifamily and mixed use residential are in the initial first 2 phases, with small amounts of multifamily residential in phases 3 and 5. Second only to open space, single family residential is the predominant land use, with the 1,632 proposed home sites. The character studies within the plan emphasize single family homes with detached garages or homes where the garages are not the dominant feature of the architecture. This kind of speaks to some of the things I heard earlier in the agenda today with the towns and their vision statements. We're hoping to be consistent with those. The residential single family traditional neighborhood design are basically garages, our home sites that where the garages are rear loaded to an alley, and the front building elevations are oriented towards paths, trails, and streets. And Sam already discussed the phasing plan, and this is a farm first approach. So with phase one, the Gateway Farm and the Village Center Farm are dedicated and constructed, as well as the dedication of the native pasture areas that surround this. So when phase one is first phase actually of phase one, these areas will be dedicated along with reservation of right-of-ways for the regional roads such as Hayborn Road as it comes through here will be reserved, and the connection roads that come from the existing town of Gardnerville will also be reserved, so we don't have any right-of-way issues in the future to deal with. That's basically my presentation on the plan and the overview of the plan, and we're ready for any questions you might have. Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you for your presentation. And we'll, at this point, I'm thinking that we need a break before we go into further questions, but that's up to you all. Are you gentlemen ready to drive on, or do you want to take a break?
Let's drive on.
Drive on.
All right, drive on. So questions for either Mr. Booth or Mr. Dallaire. Start with Mr. Engels.
Chair?
Yes.
I don't have any questions. I just, I want to commend the members of the Planning Commission for the great work they did in reviewing this plan. I read every word of their Planning Commission meeting on December 8th, the minutes. They did a wonderful job, asked thought-provoking questions. And I'm not discarding or discounting the work that staff did or the towns. They did a great job too. I think the presentation today is a reflection of that.
Okay. Other questions or comments? I would also commend the presentation by the staff, because there were a few moments where, like for instance, where it was confusing as to how many TDRs were going to be involved. I'm glad you clarified that, Mr. Booth. I thought that was an important issue, and it needed to be as straightforward as possible. I liked what you did in your presentation to us. I think the TDRs that don't get the notoriety that they should, because they're actually preserving specific areas, and they're taking the development rights off of those areas. And that means that we're going to preserve a great deal of land. And as you pointed out, at the level that it is at 2583 or whatever the number is, I think that's a huge number of TDRs and preservation issues that will help us specifically with the Clobber Ranch. And we're preserving all of that area along the river, which is our lifeblood, and we need to keep that preserved. And it's also going to keep the water rights on that particular part. I know water is a particular issue and has been, but both the town and specifically Minden have approved and recommended this go forward. And Minden controls the water. And if they can say that they can service the water, which they have, then I think the water issue kind of falls by the wayside also. I also particularly liked the fact that you brought 2011 and 2020 master plans in for the evaluation, and your evaluation of the land use items for that. I thought that was very good. I know this has been a long and arduous process. I've shared in a great deal of the arduousness. I think you did an excellent job of presenting that as faithfully as you could. Mr. Jaffe, I know that you were the primary spokesman, especially in the Planning Commission on this. And yours is more of an advisory role. I was interested in one remark that you made, and that was that you are not familiar with anyone that has had a development that's preserved as much land this close to the center of a town. Was that basically, am I quoting you correctly on this?
That's correct. Yeah.
And could you go into a little more detail on your experience with that?
Yeah, I mean, you often see with agri-hoods, you see them out in green fields. And what's so unique about this project is that it's the development really, comes up right to the existing town and on the infrastructure and preserving agriculture right around the edge of town where people can walk to it and bike to it and connect to it. So I think from that perspective, it's an excellent plan to be developing this kind of a project as an extension essentially of historic towns with an agricultural heritage. So weaving agriculture, throughout the project at the front door where it also meets the community. That was intentional to have a public facing agricultural component to connect with the broader community, but also to have such a large, some of the most successful and popular agri-hoods in the country do not have nearly the amount of agriculture we're talking about in this, like we're seeing in this project. So we're really excited, especially when you look at the goals of the master plan, that this will open up opportunities for new and beginning farmers, more local food production, and the opportunity for residents, students, and tourists to really be able to engage with and participate and enjoy what the kind of agricultural programs and products that this will provide for the community in the greater region.
Well, thank you. I think that really does help. One other or two other particular points. The Planning Commission focused a great deal, I think it was Mr. Olin, focused a great deal on who owns the property. No, I guess it was Mr. Niedenrep, focused more on who owns the property. Your answer was a little bit confusing. But I think in the main, it doesn't matter. It's owned by the parks, and however they decide to do that. We're not the owners of the property. But can you expand a little bit on the land trust concept that's involved in that?
Yeah, the intent is to really develop the agricultural infrastructure to support farmers' ability to run viable farm-based enterprises that are community oriented. And so the intent would be for that land to be preserved for agriculture in perpetuity to support farmers. And so the idea of making sure that it is in some kind of an either owned and managed by a farming entity or in an agricultural land trust, that's the intent. The intent is that the agriculture stays relevant, viable, and connected to the community. So there's a few tools, and the reason I think it was confusing is there's a few different approaches. There's not a one size fits all. It can be, leased to farmers. It can be run as a nonprofit farm. There's an opportunity here to help incubate farmers by providing shared infrastructure and resources to farm and a shared market and distribution. Without going into a great detail, that's the intent. The intent is how can we structure it to really support the farmers first and ensure the viability of those businesses or educational nonprofits.
We don't really have anything in the county that approximates any kind of support for farmers and ranchers. Do we, Mr. Dallaire?
No, not that I'm aware of. Sam Taylor, do you think there is anything in code that would allow that to be supported by farmers? I don't believe so.
I think that's a common issue with the ranchers that I've talked to, is that there's, we talk about we need to support the ranchers, but we have no methodology to do so. This would give us at least some way to reconcile that. I was also curious about your use of zero lane road. Zero lane was part of the Chichester, was it called now? The Meadows?
Yeah, Ranch at Gardnerville and then Hayborn Meadows now.
Yeah, Hayborn Meadows. That was also a part from Hayborn Meadows to 395. Are you looking to do that process, or are you just talking about zero lane through the development?
Are you asking me, Commissioner?
Well, anybody that can answer it, because here's my thought: is zero lane from Hayborn through to 395 does nothing for us. And in fact, it goes across the meadows there. The green belt that we're supposed to protect, and the state has not allowed us access to that, even as far up as Buckeye. And moreover, it requires 12 culverts engineered. And then on top of that, it connects to 395. And there's going to have to be a stoplight there. All of those things do not bode well for that area around there, especially in terms of traffic. So I'm asking, is zero lane going to be just from Hayborn east, or are you talking whoever's doing this at this point? I think it really falls in your bailiwick, Mr. Dallaire. Are you going to run zero lane from the development through the Chichester, the Meadows, and across the wasteland?
Martin Slough.
Yeah, Martin Slough. Thank you. Across Martin Slough to 395. Is that what's the goal here?
Is a very good question, Chairman Penzel, and one that I'm glad you brought up. This has been a topic for me of conversation with management for a year since I've been here. And zero lane today is proposed because of the Ranch at Gardnerville development. That proposal or that development proposes zero lane from Hayborn to 395. It also came in from staff conditions that requires that road to be an arterial or a collector road with a right of way of 55 feet. And normally an arterial is 80 feet, but that was the requirement. And then the fire department discussed that being an emergency access. And through the time from when the Hayborn Meadows development was designed, and at one point zero lane was actually permitted with it at grade, and the contractor or the developer didn't build zero lane in time, and the permit expired. And then FEMA adopted the new floodway for the Martin Slough, causing further complications for the development and having to build a road that allowed the floodwaters to flow under zero lane so that it didn't increase the height of the floodway. And so that's why the increase in culvert sizes were needed because of that action from FEMA. And so there are contemplation, we have concepts in our master plan of an evacuation route or an emergency access route, which was identified as Buckeye Lane or Buckeye Road, and we need to look at that. But there is conditions out there already that are specific to Hayborn Meadows, which just happens to go through. This development goes through the corner of Mr. Park's property and or Park Ranch Holdings property, and is a requirement today of Hayborn Meadows to be built to 395. I think it's problematic to put a light out there at zero lane intersection at the intersection of 395, where you have Mono, which is at the back of our office, that ties into 395 at a funky angle. You also have First Street, which is one way off of 395 to County Road, just north of that intersection of where Mono comes in, and none of those align with zero lane or the proposed intersections or improvements that are going to be done with the ranch at Gardnerville's zero lane improvement. So I think this is something that we really need to bring back and look at and get some direction from the board on. But currently, in the proposal that you have today, it does show a zero lane being extended from Hayborn up, I think, one more street into the development, which turns into more or less a collector road for the development as well. So it will be connecting Hayborn Road and this other major road going through the development. I hope that answers your question.
Not really.
Oh, come on.
I think what we're going to have to do is condition, if this is approved, we have to condition to get zero lane resolved. And my personal thought is, having talked with the engineers on it, we don't need it. That was the reason that Hayborn was connected up to Buckeye, and they put in the roundabout. And with that, the fire department can service the area. So I'm not sure that it needs to be done. Now, I would like to somehow word this so that we don't spend a lot of money on a road we don't need. And I don't know how to do that other than condition it to be studied more. It's already a part, it's a condition that I think the planning commission put on the thing. But I need some advice as to what is the way to proceed without spending money on something we don't need. And I'm particularly looking at the county, because the county would have to build that right now. Go ahead.
The condition was part of the Hayborn Meadows or the Ranch at Gardnerville development. And that's the condition to build the road from 395 to Hayborn. And then this proposal, you know, when they bring in their improvement plans or the phasing of the plan development, would then connect to the intersection there at Hayborn and extend that east. But I think it's off of, you know, zero lane definitely needs to be reevaluated. I tend to agree with you, Chairman Penzel, that we have emergency access route at Buckeye, that some improvements could be done. They would be regional, but they could be done at Buckeye Road. We have evaluated that and that scenario. I believe it ended up being 7 culverts underneath Buckeye Road, and it would raise it up of roughly 2 feet. The zero lane, I think, could be developed at a local road level. I'm not sure it really classified as an arterial, but a local road, because for one, the right of way is about 55 feet, which is still less than our local road standard at 60, and maybe a pedestrian trail required along that section. So you have a 2-lane road with a pedestrian walking path into town, connecting town and of course the pedestrian commercial zone that's being proposed in this development would be a nice amenity for sure. And we have the Martin Slough Trail, which we're hoping to take to construction or get out to bid, you know, towards the end of this month or in January. And,
well, has the state transferred that to us as in an ownership capacity?
They are wrapping that up, the discussions with the last property owner. But the trail, yeah.
So anything through the Martin Slough requires the state's approval. And we've been negotiating with them for the last 4 years on this?
Yeah, it's been NDOT acquiring the easements for the Martin Slough on that portion of it. But the pathway, we're getting close to getting this done and built. And my point is that we have that Martin Slough, a major pedestrian connection at zero lane that will then tie into this proposed development in the future.
So what kind of wording would you suggest that to get this to the point, if the board approves this, what kind of additional wording would you suggest for zero lane?
Well, I think that would be a separate item you can direct us to do that, as soon as we can. I've got a lot of the information ready to go. I've done a ton of research on this over the past month and a half. And I think we could get something ready to bring back to you in January, or back to the board in January. There's a lot going on in January, as Commissioner Engel has pointed out earlier in the meeting. But I think getting a resolution to that, it would be a modification to the conditions on the Hayborn Meadows development, because that's the development that's required to put that road in. So we can bring that back if you'd like.
Well, that'll just, that's not part of this discussion then if you tie it to another development. But I noticed how they tied it to this one. And I thought maybe we should tie it to this one. But if you don't need it, that's okay. I don't want to drag this on. Mr. Booth?
Thank you, Chairman Prinzel. Just wanted to point out that staff does have a condition included in your packet on page 715. It's condition number 1, that the applicant would have to submit a traffic impact analysis in several intersections and for several roads, and 0 lane and 395 is one of those called out in that condition. And that would have to be done before the first submittal of any planned development or subdivision map on the site.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, but it's not clear what would happen. But I'll take it as at least some action toward resolving 0 lane at this point. Any other questions, comments, or any of the gentlemen from anybody? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I think that this project is something that is going to do nothing except benefit the entire county. This is something that we've all campaigned on, preserving open space and having smart growth. And I think this project is all of that and then some. Thank you.
I agree, Mr. Rice. But when we first started the meeting today, Commissioner Engels wanted to have this off the agenda. We voted to keep it on. And then I offered him the opportunity if he wanted to continue it. And so, Mr. Engels, do you want to submit anything to us for a majority opinion on continuing it? Or do you want to just?
No, I'll stand by my initial presentation.
Okay, and continuing wasn't one of the choices that you had then. All right then. If there's no other comments, then we'd be looking for a motion.
Chair, I would move to approve Resolution 2020 R-120, approving the Buckeye Farm specific plan, DP 20-0218 as presented, subject to the conditions stated in staff report based on the recommendation of approval from the towns of Minden and Gardnerville, the recommendation of the Douglas County Planning Commission, the staff report, the ability to make the required findings, public comment, and a discussion that we just had here at the commission.
Well, a second, is there a second? Chair will second the motion. Any discussion, any further discussion? I particularly thought that the public comment from Mr. Jacobs was really apropos and right on the spot. So if there are no further questions, comments, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? What, no nays?
Nay.
A nay, Mr. Engels? And
Nay.
Nay? Okay, so then the motion carries 3-2. Now, I want to thank you for your presentations, gentlemen, and
Thank you.
did a good job.
Thank you.
Did we get our computer?
Was that a question to us? Okay, presentation only. Item 15, presentation and update on CARES Act funding and expenditures for Douglas County. Patrick Cates and Terry Willoughby, 15-minute presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by talking about the status of the CARES Act. As we've talked about previously, the current $8.9 million that we received from the state has to be spent or obligated by December 30th. But I would point out that there is another stimulus bill working its way through Congress. There's a lot of things up in the air. They're still making sausage. As of yesterday, day before yesterday, the latest was that extending the current CARES Act funding expenditures through December of next year was on the table, as well as a second allocation of aid to state and local governments. Based on what those terms were, it looked like potentially Douglas County could get another $4 million or so. I've since today heard that those items may be out of the bill, but again, they're still making sausage. So there's still a lot of things in flux on that, and it could change, depending on what Congress does, it could change what the board has to consider after the first of the year. The first thing I would like to do is show you the report that we have submitted to the state. If you'll let me share my screen. So I believe the board has seen prior versions of this report. These are the monthly reports that we provide to the state of how we're using the CARES Act fund. I will say that it's dated. The most current data is through last month, through the 30th, although that's just a little over 2 weeks ago. A lot has been happening. We have a lot of payments in process. I am confident that if there is no extension of the CARES Act, the county will be able to allocate all of the CARES Act funds that we've received, and we won't be returning any to the state. The first thing I'd like to draw your attention to is this column 6/30/2020. These are expenditures that we made last fiscal year out of the general fund, which the CARES Act funds will be reimbursing us. That was a piece of that was the 1.1 million that we considered earlier in the agenda. I would also just like to point out a few items on this. Public safety payroll expenses and payroll expenses related to COVID-19. The guidelines from the feds, they've been ever changing, but they've given us a lot of opportunity to claim salaries. So if nothing else, we can allocate CARES Act funds to that so that we don't return the money. That then means there's possibilities, because most of these things were funded with general funds, that provides possibilities for the board to reallocate those funds in various ways for county purposes, or perhaps extending some of the CARES Act support programs that we put in place. Small business grant programs, you can see there's a little bit more expenditures here, but as I said, that's really dated. I have a more detailed report that I'll show you in just a minute and where we're at with that program. I know that's very important to the board. We've also had pass-throughs, the East Fork Fire District. We're currently, we just received another request from East Fork that Terry and her crew are reviewing right now. Improving telework capabilities. We don't have a lot allocated here, but we have made some purchases of laptop computers and things that facilitate mobile working. We're receiving those in right now, and we'll be processing the bills. So I think most of that will end up being allocated. Tourism recovery, you've seen reports on that. I believe most of that will end up being spent. The JOIN program, I'll give you a little bit more detail on that. This doesn't show any expenditures, but we have received some and are processing those. Election support, food programs. Let's see here. Pass through the East Fork Swim Center. I believe we just received another request from them. NeoGov distance learning. That was part of telecommuting capabilities. Sorry, there was just one more thing I wanted to point out. paid sick leave and paid family medical leave. That was in the CARES Act. It's a special type of paid leave for people that are impacted by COVID if they've been tested positive and have to stay home. We haven't spent a lot of that, although with the case increases of COVID, the county workforce is not immune to that. I expect the last for December that we're going to see an uptick in that item as well. NACO Small Business Grant Administration, that's their administrative overhead for running this program. They ran it for several counties. And the one I really want to draw your attention to is at the bottom, Nevada Energy payment for consumers, $75,000. Actually, NACO brought this to our attention that NV Energy has a program where customers who have been impacted by COVID and are not able to pay their bills and are threatened with their power being shut off, we can use CARES Act funds to bring those accounts current for them. We're currently working through that with NV Energy. Our neighboring states have done this, or excuse me, our neighboring counties have done this. I know Carson City has done it, and Lyon County as well, if I recall correctly. So that is the sort of the overview of where the funds are being allocated currently. And if I could just give you a little bit of update, stop sharing this. So let me talk about Join real quick, and then we'll go over the Small Business Grant Program. I did send you a report from Join as well as a report from the Small Business Grant Program. I do apologize. I just sent it to you recently. I thought I had sent that this morning and found it in my outbox. It hadn't gone through. So apologize for not getting that to you more quickly. But the update from Join is they expect to spend about $108,000 of the $250,000 grant they received. They are currently engaged in 9 active clients with occupational skills training or paid work experience. Initially, Join has assisted 5 residents with a combination of job readiness and basic digital skills training. The program has experienced an increase in momentum over the last month. You know, one of the real challenges that we've had, and I've talked about this before with this CARES Act money, is it was a lot of money to receive at once. The state was very slow in getting it to us. We didn't receive all the money until September, and we basically had a little over 3 months to spend it. And that's been a pretty daunting task. We didn't really have the resources set up to administer something this big. So it's been a real challenge to get it out the door. I know Join has said that if there is a continuation of CARES Act funding, that this program could do a lot more good. But so far, we've helped 9 clients. And in the report that I provided you, it gives names and some of the things that people are working for with Join. And that'll be in the supplemental material as well. That's what I wanted to highlight about Join. I apologize if I'm going through this quickly because I know you still got some more ground to cover. So please stop me if you want to. So let's look at the Small Business Grant Program, where we're at with that. Here we go. Blow this up so you can see it. And again, you should have this in your email. Okay, so sorry, I'm just trying to get to the right tab here for my notes. I have lost my notes. That's okay. So
Can you scroll down?
Yeah, just let me get back to it. I have way too many pages open here. Sorry about that. That's not right. What am I doing here? You'd think I'd have this down by now. Okay. So we have approved a total of, I believe it's 65 grants. The total amount is $507,000. You can see the very wide variety of businesses it went to, wide variety of dollar amounts. We approved some of these as recently as yesterday. Most of these payments have been distributed. There's a little bit of process once they're approved where they have to sign their grant agreements. They have to get a little bit of training from Terry and her shop, and then the checks are cut. So this is very much in progress. 65 businesses we've been able to support. There were, if I remember the number, 10 businesses that applied that were denied. Those were because they were not eligible, or they did not complete the paperwork, they were not responsive, or they had gone out of business. But for the most part, we were able to help 65 businesses. Really happy with that. I think that the program was very administratively cumbersome. You know, like I said, we worked with NACO and the other counties that participated to try to set this up in a thoughtful way that complied with all the rules that the feds and the state had placed on this money. It required us to make sure that businesses were ongoing. That was one of our criteria. They had to prove that they were an ongoing business. They had to do that by giving us tax returns, financial statements. I'm sorry, I just drew a blank. Anyway, we require, business licenses. We've required a lot of documentation from them. That was difficult for some of them to do. I think if there is an extension of the CARES Act money, or the board chooses to revamp this program after the first of the year, we've already talked about how we can make changes to it to help businesses. I wish we would have gotten more, although as cumbersome as it was to process, it would have been a challenge for us to process more. But we did a lot of outreach. We did a lot of public relations campaigns. We extended the grant period to try to get as many businesses in as we could. And we're very happy that we were able to help these businesses. I know we got a lot of positive feedback. We've had some negative feedback. Some businesses were complaining about how long it took. Some businesses that were denied were not happy about that and have expressed that, I know, to the board and publicly. But I think overall, we've done a lot of good to help these businesses within the constraints that we were given with these funds. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the board?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Ashley.
I was contacted by the Sheriff's Protective Association, and that many of their deputies who have been impacted by this have had to use all of their sick bank and in some cases all of their vacation time because they were off of the job due to quarantine. Is any of this going to help buy back their sick time or vacation banks?
Yeah, let me speak to that. So in the CARES Act, that leave that you're talking about, in the federal legislation, it allowed jurisdictions to exempt not only law enforcement, but also first responders, medical personnel. And the reason that they did that was there was concern that these were critical emergency management type positions, and that if they were allowed extended leave benefits, that they wouldn't be available to respond to the emergency. When we put our regulations in place, we did exclude the sheriff's office. I have spoken to representatives from the association about their concerns about that. It was only brought up recently because we haven't had a lot of positive cases until recently. I have committed to fixing that. The surrounding jurisdictions, most of them allowed law enforcement to be covered under that leave. In retrospect, that probably wasn't very fair, and we are correcting that. We're going through that process right now, and we'll be crediting that back so that this leave is used for them as well.
Thank you, sir.
Any further questions? You know, we have in the supplemental materials, we have a question on this from Mr. Chris Blaha. And he went out of business in between the time that he asked for the money and the time it got to him. And so they took the money back. He didn't get the money. So I'm sure that there are a number of people that have been put out of business. Is there a way that we can, see if some additional funding from this would help them get back into business? Because the whole point of it was to keep people from going out of business. But his statement is that the processing time took from October to December. And so he went under because of the extreme amount of time there. This was and I'm sure he's not the only one. And so my question is, do we have some kind of program that can go back and gather that data? Because you know how many got money and you know who didn't get money. And if they're out of business, can't we do something to help them back in? This is government. This is the federal government money we're talking about.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, there's a few issues there. So of the ones that applied, we do know, I think it was 3 or 4 of them had gone out of business, so they did not receive a grant, because when we set this up, we wanted to make sure that they were a reasonable ongoing business. We could potentially set up a future program if this money gets extended to help businesses that have closed. That's not the approach we took with this. We'd have to kind of rethink and create another program in order to do that. I do know that from Lisa Granahan, with the information that she has been able to collect even outside of the small business program, that she knows of 9 businesses in the county that have closed. That's working through the chambers and that sort of thing. So I'm sure that's not the total count, probably by a long shot. But we are aware of that. And we've been having a lot of conversations about how we can revamp programs to support businesses if this money is extended, or even if it's not extended. The county could consider, some of the using some county funds based on the fact that we received this money. It could create some opportunities there as well. But we're kind of waiting to see what happens with Congress and what they're going to do with this legislation before we proceed. But we know that's an issue. I know in the case of Mr. Blaha, I don't want to go into too many details, but there was a lot of back and forth on his application. He had received some substantial sums of other federal source from the CARES Act, and all that stuff had to be worked through. And it's unfortunate that his business closed, but he's certainly not the only one. I know he's frustrated, but I think we worked really hard through the process to make this fair within the confines that were placed onto us by the feds and the state.
Well, it kind of comes to a follow-up question, which is, we designated $1 million for this. We spent 500,000. Why do we have to wait to see what they're going to do to spend the balance of this on people who need the help?
Because we're less than 2 weeks away from having to spend it all, and there's no time to set up a new program and take applications,
Okay.
vet them, and do all that kind of stuff.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah, this may or may not apply to Mr. Blaha, but these businesses that have gone out of business, right? They have ongoing expenses. I mean, a lot of people, for example, sign personal guarantees on the rental of their offices or whatever. Those things have to be paid regardless of whether or not they stay in business. So is there something that we can do to help those people?
Yeah, I mean, again, we'd have to look at creating another program in order to do that. Our approach with this was to have some assurance that the business was ongoing. And maybe in retrospect, that wasn't the right approach. I don't know, but that's not the way we set up this program. And I think we'd have to look at future funding or extensions of this funding in order to do something like that. I think our CFO would like to say something.
Go ahead, Ms. Wilby.
Terry Willoughby for the record. Yes, under the terms of this program, when we reviewed it with the district attorney's office, some of these payments, such as Mr. Blas, did not qualify for this particular program. So that's why, because this is federal funds, and of course, we have to be careful with this. Some of those payments were not made under this particular program. So we would have to establish another program, as Mr. Cates noted.
Seems rather cold and impersonal when we have the money and we have people with a need.
Correct. Well, I'm not saying that he doesn't need it. I just, under the terms of this particular program, which is audited by the federal government, he didn't qualify.
Okay, I'll get off that. We'll move on. Do you have anything further, Mr. Cates?
No, sir.
All right. And let me get the agenda back up. Okay, so now, we're moving on to item 16. For possible action, discussion on the resignation of Kathy Lewis as the Douglas County Clerk Treasurer effective December 18, 2020, and to take appropriate action to fill the vacancy. Such action may include making an appointment to fill the vacated position pursuant to either NRS 245.170 or NRS 245.180, providing direction to staff regarding the future selection process, or taking such other action as the board may determine is appropriate. Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. As the board is aware, our current clerk treasurer submitted her resignation effective tomorrow, Friday the 18th at 5 o'clock. The board has the option to appoint someone temporarily until a more thorough appointment can occur, or an appointment can be made for the remaining term of Ms. Lewis's elected office, which is next 2022. The agenda item is also written in such a way as the board can provide direction to staff to take whatever action they feel is appropriate to fill this vacancy. I am available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Now, we also asked the county staff to identify if the people would waive the 5-day notice, and and we could discuss them as potential candidates. I assume by seeing Ms. Poole and Mr. Thran that they have signed the appropriate paperwork or made the appropriate agreements. Is that correct? Mr. Cates, they're both nodding yes.
That is correct. We've received signed agreements from everyone.
Natalie Wood, for the record, we additionally have Kathy Kaiser in that group. She doesn't have video. She only has phone capabilities.
Oh, there she is. I see her name. Okay.
Chairman.
Okay. Yes.
Just for a clean record, if you could ask each of the individuals if they've received the notice and signed it, so we can just have a verbal record as well, particularly since Kathy Kaiser is on phone.
All right. Well, I'll start with Ms. Poole. Did you receive it and do you waive it?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I did.
Mr. Thran, did you receive it and do you waive it?
Yeah, there we go. Yes, I did receive it and I have signed in. I will waive it.
Okay. Ms. Kaiser, can you acknowledge that also? You're on mute right now. There you go.
This is Kathy Kaiser for the record. Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I did receive it and I did also waive as well.
All right. Does that satisfy the record, Mr. Ritchie?
Yes, thank you for doing that.
Okay, I will turn this at this point over to Ms. Lewis to kind of give us a background and go with what your recommendations are. And unless the board has some other way of proceeding, since this is all up to us. Is that fine by you all? Okay. Okay, so Kathy, please.
Thank you. Kathy Lewis for the record. I thought I would do I'll just start talking, I guess. So when I was appointed, as you guys know, there was some pretty major audit findings that we had to address. And then since then, we have modernized every policy and procedure in this office. We've also reorganized the office to ensure continued efficiency and continued operations, no matter who was in the clerk treasurer position. I often say, over the years of local government, I've seen residents get involved with local government when it seems to come to three issues, when it seems to come to their water rates, their taxes, or elections. And in this office, we oversee two of those three items. We bill property taxes and we oversee elections. I think whoever comes in this position will have a learning curve. I had a learning curve. I knew part of the treasurer's office, but I didn't know the clerk side or the election side. So anybody that comes in will have a learning curve. I also feel some very important parts of the person you pick. And I think what has made me successful is you have to have someone that has a great temperament with the public, who want to serve the people, and also have a strong desire to always do what is right and always do what is what according to law, and to be transparent. That was very important in my tenure here. Is I wanted to be transparent to the voters, to the public, so they knew what we were doing, and to have that service. I think if you start with that strong foundation, the other pieces can be learned. And with the staff that we have, I think they can be learned. So that is what I think there. I think, like I said, I believe anybody will have a learning curve, but you really want that strong foundation to do what is right and to do what is for the law. I don't know at this point if you guys would like to have a discussion, and then afterwards I can let you know who I think or what you guys want to do from there. But I wanted to give you an overview of the office.
I think probably we should discuss or talk with the three candidates, and then we would come back to you for a recommendation.
I think that sounds perfect.
We agree, gentlemen? Okay. All right. So I guess we could go alphabetically, and that would make Ms. Kaiser first. So Ms. Kaiser, do you want to speak to us generally about your position right now and what you see in the future, and what you think it's going to take in terms of time? Do we need to provide a 1 week overlap, a 1 week thing, or 6 months or 2 years? What is your preference in terms of time to have the particular job as acting? And I think we'll call it acting at this point.
Yeah, this is Kathy Kaiser for the record. Currently, I am the senior accountant, and I'm also the interim assistant treasurer. I would be more than happy to take on the interim clerk treasurer until the board does decide who they would like to appoint. I do, just to reiterate a lot of what Kathy has already said, Kathy has really built a very dynamic team. So whoever takes that position, they would be very fortunate to be able to work with such a great team on both sides, the treasurer side and the clerk treasurer side, the clerk side. I do feel that, it may take a couple of weeks for the board to decide. If there's more people out there, I don't know. So I guess that would be up to your discretion. But I'm excited to see who you may pick, and I'm willing to help in any capacities that I can as acting in the interim.
Okay. So then I guess we would go to Ms. Poole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Amy Poole for the record. So I personally am looking for a little bit more long-term. I do have a family to support, so I am looking more towards not an interim, but an appointment if possible for the 2 years remaining that Kathy has.
And what do you think are special qualities that you bring to the job?
I love government. I love every aspect of government. Like Kathy said, I don't know much about the election side or the treasurer side. I do know a lot about the clerk side. Her clerks trained me to clerk. So I have met with all of her staff. I know her staff. I work well with them. But I know a lot of other aspects to the government. I know how to work well with people. I'm a team player. I think that's important in government, especially when you're going into a role that you have to be trained by people that work there but are technically under you. They're going to have to train whoever takes this role on. And so you have to be a team player. You have to, you can't go in thinking that you know more than them, because you don't. And so you have to be willing to be trained, and you have to be humble enough to know that they do know more than you, but that they are willing to train you. And so you have to be willing to learn.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thran.
Hi, guys. Ted Thron for the record. I'm looking for the 2-year appointment because I think it'd be more efficient for Kathy's office to actually have Kathy Kaiser run it during the interim. But as to my background, most of you know I've been clerk treasurer from 2008 to 2014. But when I left that to go on to other things, there wasn't a day that went by that I regretted leaving the office. I'd be driving around wondering, what could I have done better? What could I have done fixed it? And still to this day, especially with this last election, was seeing the fellow clerks getting beat up and harassed all the time. I really started caring about the office again. The citizens of Douglas County, I feel, trust me. I know all the offices in Douglas County, most of the personnel, and like Kathy and Kathy have both said, things have changed, and I'm still very open-minded to openness. That's how I became clerk treasurer in the first place, learning the position. I know things have changed, so I'm very open-minded to being into the learning the office.
Okay. Then I would suggest that we listen to Mr. Engels and Mr. Rice and what they're looking for in the job, because they're the ones really going to have to work with whoever the clerk treasurer is. And I don't know which one of you wants to go first.
I'll go first. Ms. Poole has an engaging personality, and she works extremely well with the public. And that was one of the things that Ms. Lewis said is an important feature. And the technical side she'll get, but you can't teach a person their personality. And Ms. Poole has an excellent personality to represent the county in that department. Thank you.
Mr. Rice?
I think that whoever we pick, it should be for the remainder of the term. I hate changing horses midstream. It doesn't seem to be too effective or too the best way to do things. Of the three that are before us, I'm really supporting Amy. She has a background that is engaging. Not only is she engaging, but she's also very intelligent. She's finished her degrees. She's in our office. I've heard it said that she's underutilized as it is. I would like to give her the opportunity to take this on. And I would like to see her move into that office and give 2 years to learn before we get to the next election and have to go through this all over again. I respect the fact that that Kathy has suggested the other Kathy, but I don't want to have somebody that just is going to be there covering the base until something better happens. I don't mean that the way it might have sounded. I don't want somebody just holding the fort until we make our decision. So I would like to make the decision tonight if possible, and for 2 years, and give Amy a shot at it. And if she's strong enough that if she thinks that she can't handle it, she'll come back and tell us. I believe that. So that's where my head is. Thank you.
Mr. Walsh, Mr. Nelson, who wants to go next?
Yeah, I just, I want to say that even though Joe Biden has been declared the winner by the Electoral College, there still remains a lot of issues surrounding the national elections, such as fraud, mail-in ballots, and whatever. And I believe it's incumbent upon the board to fill a seat being vacated by Kathy immediately without any gap in continuity. This office, the Office of Clerk Treasurer, is a vital arm to the governance of Douglas County, and the protection of the integrity of our voting process is critical. I agree with Commissioner Engels and Commissioner Rice. I would support Amy for a permanent consideration for the permanent job for the next 2 years.
Mr. Nelson?
Well, I think I'm going to just pass on this. I think that the way everybody's going, it sounds good. And I don't want to offend anyone by making any statement I shouldn't.
Dave, very good. And I should do the same.
You could.
And I could. I just want to make 1 or 2 comments. The first is that Kathy Kaiser, I know her work. I've seen her around, and she's one of those people that I call one of the quiet heroes. I don't know, but I believe that Kathy Lewis can turn to Kathy Kaiser and say, okay, I need to have this done. And without fanfare or anything else, Kathy Kaiser will get it done. And I also believe, like Commissioner Rice and Commissioner Engels, we probably ought to have somebody that wants to do it for a long term. I think that kind of bodes well, and I don't want to cause any friction to anybody, so I'm going to adopt the Dave Nelson routine and not say any more. Kathy Lewis, did you want to make a statement now?
A lot of great statements. I will tell you, your assessment of Kathy Kaiser is right on. I asked her to fill in on the interim if needed. I think she is not, if I know her well, she is not offended to not be in the discussion for the long term. So she is here to be that person if we need it in the interim. So I appreciate her stepping in to do that and being there for us. I have known both Amy and Ted for many, many years. I've known Amy probably more personally. I tried to count it up, and I think it was probably about 15 years ago. I had her oldest son in Sunday school. So I've done many projects and many personal things with Amy as far as being in charge of different areas. And I will say, I think the direction you're going is a good direction. I will say, especially going through this election, and you guys have brought that up, the most important thing or the best thing we did in our office was transparency, was being available for voters, and to no matter what, we did what was right, and we did what was against what was for the law. So those to me are very important qualities in the next clerk treasurer. And I also appreciate what a tough job you guys have and what a position I put you guys in at the end of the fiscal year for this. But those are my comments.
All right. And so you don't have a recommendation?
I think I would agree with the commissioners in the discussion that you guys are having. So I go with that direction.
Okay. Any comments from any other commissioners or? Okay, then if there are no more comments, then we would need a motion.
Chair, I would move to accept the notice of resignation of Kathy Lewis as the Douglas County Clerk Treasurer effective December 18th, 2020, and to appoint Amy Poole to the permanent position of the unexpired term for the Deputy Clerk Treasurer of the Douglas County Clerk Treasurer.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Walsh, a second by Commissioner Nelson. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nay?
Doug Ritchie's got his hand up. What happened?
Too late, Doug.
Chairman, if I may,
Yes, Mr. Ritchie.
Doug Ritchie with the District Attorney's Office. Could you please make the appointment after 5 o'clock tomorrow? Because Kathy can rescind her resignation up to 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Can we make it effective at 5:01 tomorrow?
Yes, Chairman, please.
I would amend my motion.
Second agrees with that.
I would amend my motion to make it effective 5:01 December 18th, 2020, 5:01 p.m.
Yes, and the second agrees with that.
Yes.
All right, so I hadn't finished calling for the vote. So we'll go back and call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any nays? No nays. You have won the position 5-0. And
Thank you, sir.
I hope that you continue to smile.
When do I not?
Kathy's smiling. Okay. Even Ted's smiling. Okay. So that's good.
I have to
All
tell
right.
you, mixed emotions. I hate to lose her. It's out of the office. She's been incredible to work with, as are the rest of the ladies in there, by the way. And
Thank you.
You're going to be over
I
those
hate to
old
see
police
change.
force fire guys. Oh, are they going to have fun with you?
All right. We can't even discuss Miss Lewis's performance because she didn't sign all the paperwork. Okay. So you can cheer her on. You can say she did a great job. I think you can go that far. And I think obviously we wish you a great deal of success in the new position. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll move on to item number 16 or 17. For presentation only, reports and updates from county commission members concerning the various boards and or commissions that they may be a member of or liaison to, or meetings, functions they have attended. Anybody have any reports that they want to render at this point?
Negative.
Mr. Nelson does.
Yeah, I just wanted to report that the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District got an extension on a contract with NDOT for till 2023, increasing their commitment from NDOT from $1 million to $2.2 million. So I think they're doing a great job up there, and they're getting these grants pretty regularly.
Yeah, they are. You're doing a good job with them, Dave. All right. Any other comments? Mr. Rice.
one of the pleasures in life is being on the board of the TRPA. Actually, there's some great people there, so don't take my sarcasm seriously. One of the things I do want to say is that at yesterday's meeting, they raised the fee schedule for boat inspections. The fees are not exorbitant. The personal watercraft went from $43 for an inspection to $48, and every type of vessel inspection and decontamination all went up, and they are now having a fee for appointment surcharge of $15, so you don't have to wait in the long line. So for $15, they can make an appointment, bring their boat in at a specified time and have it checked out, and they're off and running and into the water. So that's the main thing that we did there that would have any impact on most of the residents in Douglas County. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for being on that board. Oh. Any other comments, questions? Okay, Ms. Wood. At this time, we will be closing public comment. And it will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of Commissioners, or those agenda items where public comment has not already been taken.
Natalie Wood for the record. I have received 4 and I will start playing them.
Thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. This is William D. McCann. I'm a member of the Nevada State Bar. My telephone number is WD McCann. Sorry, my email address, wdmccann@gmail.com. And my telephone number is 925-998-8099. I have reviewed carefully the methods of notification and participation of the citizens of this county for the December 17th, 2020 meeting, and find them to violate Nevada state law. And so for us, this is insufficient notification. Moreover, during the live streaming and video, there have been interruptions, and those interruptions have been noted by one of the staff members. So I would say that this meeting is flawed, and it should be renoticed, and kind of a waste of time, in my view, to pass these items insofar as under the statute. My opinion, this meeting is void. So thank you for your courtesy. God bless everyone, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Dina Dawson, DENADAWSON. Good afternoon. I just wanted to take a moment to thank Kathy Lewis for her service to Douglas County. Kathy has led the Clerk Treasurer's office with grace and dignity and has worked so hard to ensure that the office operates efficiently and in compliance with all applicable laws. The job of Clerk Treasurer is challenging, to be sure, but Kathy met the challenge with strength, thoughtfulness, fairness, and an overall concern for doing things the right way. She devoted thousands of hours to the job and the citizens of this county, and I hope that they'll join me in congratulating Kathy Lewis on the outstanding work she has done as Clerk Treasurer. And finally, on behalf of the Clerk Treasurer staff, Kathy, will miss you terribly and wish you nothing but the best. We would not be where we are as an office without your leadership. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Ellie Waller, WALLER. I have documentation that the Clear Creek development may want to propose an agribusiness community. This is unacceptable at this juncture. In January, a group of us are going to be meeting with staff about the future of Clear Creek. My point with this is the agri-hood concept strategy is not within the master plan realm to be approved until such time that the staff gets together, puts together a code, a development code that these standards can be held to. By the way, the RDA in California was dissolved because lack of transparency by local jurisdictions. Your short-sightedness in rushing the approval for the RDA funds for the event center is unconscionable. Agri-food strategy is not in the master plan. I'm repeating myself, nor is it in the plan for prosperity, as mentioned by Sam Taylor at the DA's office. The town will come back in the future to the BOCC for discussion on their proposal. The agri-hood is a problem until such time that you as a board have staff make presentations, and we do have development codes.
Jim Slade. The 1996 master plan was well crafted and reflected the public interest following massive amounts of public outreach and input. It was a document to be proud of. The next few updates still reflected that vision. The 2020 update, even though I have several concerns that I've expressed previously, is still a good document. But any master plan is only as good as the willingness of elected officials to follow both the letter and intent of the plan. That has sadly been lacking over the years, particularly when it comes to master plan amendments. Earlier this month, a landowner on East Valley Road sought an amendment to increase the density on her 40-acre parcel to change the zoning from FR19 to RA5. Her only excuse was as they aged, it was increasingly difficult to maintain the land. One planning commissioner who actually visited the parcel said it didn't look like it had ever been maintained. The applicant's real reason undoubtedly was just to make more money when she sold it. Planning commission voted to deny the amendment, saying it didn't meet the required findings. But Commissioners Penzel, Walsh, and Rice approved it anyway. Earlier in the year, at the corner of Centerville and Pleasant View, the landowner sought an amendment to allow him to build 3 homes where only one was allowed. His excuse? He wanted his 92-year-old mother to be able to live in the manner in which she was accustomed for another 20 years, until she was 112. So again, it was really just about making more money. The Planning Commission voted to deny the amendment. The county commissioners approved it anyway. The worst recent example, of course, was the amendment for Park Ranch Holdings to swap receiving area from Topaz to the Carson Valley to allow them to build 2,500 homes where only 63 were allowed. This was vehemently opposed by the public, with written and oral comment running 50-1 in opposition. In July 2019, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to deny the amendment, again citing a failure to meet the required findings. Yet again, Commissioners Penzel, Walsh, and Rice voted for approval nonetheless, ignoring the will of the people and again siding with the wealthy landowner/developer. Those same 3 commissioners, Penzel, Walsh, and Rice, made campaign promises over the years to stand up for the master plan and to preserve our rural character. Yet they failed to live up to those promises and instead sided repeatedly with special interests. I thank Commissioner Nelson for his service to the county, for consistently following his campaign promises, and for acting with the good of the community and its residents in mind, not that of special interests. Hopefully we'll see more of that in county commissioners in the coming years. Our thanks to Kathy Lewis, our Clerk Treasurer, as well. She's done a fine job in difficult times, especially with this year's election. Douglas County has been lucky to have her, and I wish her the best in future endeavors.
Okay, that was the last one received. It came through at 5:44 p.m.
Okay. Commissioner Walsh, do you have a comment that you wanted to add?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't want to make a long statement at the end of this meeting, especially with regards to the Commissioner Walsh, Rice, and Penzel comments. But, you know, in consideration of the time of day and Commissioner Engel's happy hour desires, I'll cut it short. I just want to say it's been a pleasure serving the residents of Douglas County for the past 4 years. I think the county is better off today than it was back in January of 2017. You know, my wish is for the new board. I hope that they forget the recent campaign rhetoric and try to work in unison for the good of all the residents of Douglas County, and not just the small elitist groups that we've heard from. So that's my comments, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure working with you. I wish each of you Godspeed, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. And one last comment, I want to say congratulations to the district attorney for his work on the OSHA fine that he got removed. Thank you.
Any other comments? I think that was a great comment about the OSHA thing, but it started because 5 of us said that there was not a dime for OSHA in our budget, and you all stood together and the district attorney prevailed. So that's great. So if there are no further comments, then I would say, ho, 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 have a great Christmas, and we are adjourned.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.